You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are continuing to track a lot of flooding and high water in parts of our region. Lake County, Brevard County really hit hard last night by inches, more than a foot of rain in some places. Just continuing to see a lot of issues and a lot of homeowners dealing with those problems and the fallout from that today. So we are also tracking some more rain chances this afternoon. We'll get into that in just a few minutes with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. We're going to take you to Lake County, check in with Fox 35's David Martin in Mount Dora, but we begin with Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz, who joins us live now in Titusville. And Amanda, we see people in kayaks on neighborhood streets right now behind you.
That's right, Garrett. Here's something you don't see every day, is someone canoeing right now in the middle of the road. How are you doing right now?
I am doing all right. How about you?
You live in this area?
Yes, I do.
What? Talk to me about your thought process right now. What are you doing? Did you ever think you'd be canoeing in your neighborhood?
Well, not really, but I will tell you, this flood is worse than when Irma came. Like, it's so bad. Like, when Irma came, it was never this bad. But whatever happened last night, it was, yeah, it's like 3 or 4 feet deep. My pool is like gone. You can't even see it anymore. My backyard, it's flooded. My porch, it's flooded as well, and in my garage.
And you have probably the best view. Canoeing around this area, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing a lot of water, and I know like the ditches over there. See those? Mm-hmm. I bet you those are pretty high too, and that's probably the sole reason of why it got so bad.
Yeah, and it's so crazy. Do you feel like you're almost trapped in this neighborhood because the water is just so crazy to look at it?
Yeah, it is. And honestly, I don't feel that trapped. I feel like I'm having fun kayaking through this, seeing if people need help. Man, yeah, it's something I could have never asked for.
Have you been helping people?
Been trying to. Yeah. Thankfully, no one's needed it. That's a good sign. And yeah, I just want to say, people who live in this neighborhood, please stay safe, because it is pretty flooded out, and that would suck if your house got flooded. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Josh. You keep canoeing. It's just, that's something you don't see every day. And then also everyone keeps saying that they've never seen anything. The hurricane of this has never caused this much damage, but this rainstorm has. They also say that around when this came down, they didn't expect all this rain at first. And also, one thing you don't want to do with this whole thing is drive through it, because that'll cause wakes in the area. And then if my photographer points over to the house across the street, they have this sign that says, "Slow down, water in garage," because cars will just come flying down here and it'll cause these wakes, and that causes the water to go over and submerge the homes and also the other cars in the area. So Garrett, this is what we're seeing right now. I mean, a canoe in the middle of the road, never expect to see that, do you?
Well, you know, like he pointed out, you know, it's the kind of scene that you see during hurricanes, but you don't necessarily expect just for a rainstorm or you know, showers and storms on a non-hurricane day. So it is kind of eye-opening to see that in that neighborhood and a number of other places around our region. Fox 35's Amanda Ruiz, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and giving us a look at what folks there are dealing with. We know there's a lot of folks having pretty tough days today.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Garrett. Yes, it's been tough on everyone.
Yeah. Well, Amanda, thank you. So we will continue to monitor the situation there in Brevard County. You saw that what was happening there, and again, we'll get into the rain totals and just some of those numbers coming up in a few minutes with Fox 35's Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, because it's eye-opening to see that and to kind of wrap your head around some of those areas in Lake County, like Eustis and Mount Dora, and then obviously Titusville in Brevard County. Now, Fox 35's David Martin was in Mount Dora earlier. He was off Wolf Branch Road at the home of the Martinez family, and he showed us what they were dealing with there.
Wolf Branch Road right now, still the home of Brigetta, did I have it right?
Brigida Martinez.
Yes, Ms. Martinez. Good morning to you, my friend.
Good morning.
And with us here is Glenn Hainer. Do I have that right?
Hainer.
Glenn Hainer, who was with the Recovery Rapid Team?
Rapid Recovery Team.
Rapid Recovery Team. What do you do, sir?
We do flood, fire, and mold.
Okay.
And so this is a flood, obviously.
Right, and you said obviously because we're standing in front of Ms. Martinez's house, there is water all around it. Shall we go inside?
Yes, yeah.
All right, take us on a little bit of a tour. We should mention that we just stumbled upon you within the past 5 minutes, so we're trying to get an understanding of what's happening here. You said you were out here last year for Hurricane Milton.
Yes, that's correct, yeah. This house also flooded in Milton. Actually, the water damage is worse this time than it actually was in Milton. Last time it did not flood the garage. This time the garage got flooded as well.
Okay.
You can see this is like...
Ms. Martinez, you do not have boots on. Are you okay coming in? You okay? You sure? All right, this is your house. You would know it. I hear a lot of chickens and other sorts of animals. Okay,
So you can see the backyard is totally underwater here.
Are your animals okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
Have you checked on all of them? Are they all alive?
Yeah, I already checked.
Okay. How many chickens do you have back there?
Plenty for eggs.
A lot for eggs. Yeah, why not, right? It's a great way to have a free breakfast. All right, this is your property's large. It's big.
Yeah, it's almost 1 acre.
Yeah, 1 acre. Yeah, 1 acre indeed. All right, so let's go inside here. Don't trip on anything.
Okay, so you can see where the water has subsided a little bit in the garage, but the garage got flooded.
Okay, so there's do you no power?
No, because it's it's damaged for the water.
Okay.
Yeah,
No power.
Yeah, kill the power because of security reasons. Yeah.
All right, so
We're entering in the kitchen right here. This is okay.
I hear
There's a
dog
little
growling.
attack dog in here. So.
Okay. This is oh wow. Good morning. Okay, you're a sweet looking pup. Okay.
Okay, so this is where most of the damage has occurred. The same as,
Oh my goodness gracious.
so you can see this back end portion of the house is totally flooded here.
Oh. Careful, Paula, going in.
This water is almost up over my boots. You can see here, and then it goes, this whole back room is flooded as well.
How deep is that water? It looks like we can get in up to our shins without having that water go into your boots. Careful, Paula, there's an extra step there, it looks like. Nope, that's the floor. Okay, good.
So you might be able to get a shot of that right there.
Miss Martinez, what room are we looking at here? What is this room?
It's for my friend.
Is it a guest room?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. What do you think when you see this, Glenn? How are you going to get this water out?
Well, we're going to let this water in the outside subside first, and because we don't want to drain it until that goes. And then once that drains out, we'll get the water out of here.
You know, Miss Martinez, I don't think expected to have waterfront property when she bought this house 24 years ago, but
No.
she's got it now outlooking her backyard here.
Yeah, it's a very extensive.
This is incredible. So you were here during Milton. Was it up to here during Milton?
Yeah, it was bad during Milton, and we did the work for her back then. This time there was actually a little bit more water, as I said.
Okay.
It even came into the garage.
Ms.
It was
Martinez,
right on the crest
Paolo
of the
is
kitchen.
reporting to me that he has an alligator in sight in your backyard. You're laughing. You know about the alligator?
I see a snake.
Snakes too. Do you think there are snakes and alligators in your house? There's no way, right, Glenn?
No snakes or gators today.
Okay. Let's see what Paolo's looking at here. Oh, there it is. That's a baby gator, which means mama is somewhere around.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We were lucky that it almost got into the kitchen. You can see.
Well, it's interesting. It was a kind of a fast-moving storm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
And they're expecting more rain today.
Oh, great.
I don't think nearly as much as yesterday. But you can see
The water line, yeah.
yeah, 4 inches and shit's in the
The whole house would have been flooded, yeah.
So what does she do in a situation in case does insurance help?
Yep, she actually has flood insurance, so they'll be assisting her with this particular issue. Yeah.
Miss Martinez, during Hurricane Milton, how much did you lose? Do you remember? Did you lose furniture and clothing?
Yeah, a lot of furniture, a lot of things, a lot of clothes.
Her husband.
Yeah, we had redone all the drywall and everything. Everything was cut out in the last storm, so this has already been remodeled. Now it's going to have to be done again.
Oh, so she had you on speed dial.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think...
That's why they call us rapid recovery, because we're fast.
I'm wondering, if people are watching this morning and are in a similar situation, can they call you and your team?
Absolutely.
But you're here with
Yes,
Ms. Martinez.
I'm assisting her this morning, but I will be available,
Hey, can we sneak out in the back there?
Yes,
Is that okay?
you can.
Paolo is going to be the intrepid adventurer there and go out in the backyard. He can do it alone. I'm not doing that.
Yeah,
you never know what you're going to get back there.
Gators and snakes, probably.
Yeah, which he doesn't like, indeed. What a scene here on Wolf Branch Road in Mount Dora, where at least 15 inches of rain came down overnight and has made Miss Martinez's life at the current moment here very challenging. She will have, again, when do you think she'll be back to normal?
It's going to take a couple months to get everything squared away. We'll have the water out of her house probably at some point today. Then the work starts.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, well, we're rapid.
Okay, rapid recovery. Glenn, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Martinez, thank you for letting us come into your house to see this. God bless you, and I wish for the speediest recovery.
Gosh, heartbreaking to see that, and to know that that family has been through this before with Hurricane Milton last year. Had some work done, and now dealing with more rain, with more than a foot of rain that fell, bringing that high water into their yard. You saw the alligator in the backyard, into the water into their homes. Just a lot of folks dealing with some tough situations that they find themselves in today because of that high water. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We're going to come back and check in with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who will kind of walk us through what happened and where things go from here. And we'll also talk about Hurricane Melissa. I do want to give you a quick note of breaking news here. A power outage at Orlando International Airport. This is from X, talking about a power outage affecting gate links for gates 1 through 59. Baggage operations also affected for terminals A and B. They're telling folks please follow instructions from personnel on site. So we'll work to figure out kind of the extent of all this and how long this might be a problem for flyers in and out of MCO. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, I don't really know where to start here. I mean, we've been seeing, some of the high water that's still around our region from just so much rain that was dumped.
Yes, here in Central Florida, we've had copious totals from yesterday. Unexpected, huge rainfall. We'll talk all about it, what caused it, what we're looking at today. Flood watches continue. Another big story today, of course, is this Hurricane Melissa. It's now a Category 5 hurricane, and it's set to make landfall in Jamaica late tonight, early tomorrow morning, for the strongest, most intense hurricane in the history, recorded history of Jamaica to make landfall. They've never even seen a Category 4 make landfall in Jamaica. They've had a lot of them pass by, but only Category 3s for landfalls. There was Gilbert in 1988, before that Charlie in 1951. This is forecast to be at least a Cat 4 landfall and potentially a Cat 5. Melissa has winds right now of 160 miles per hour. Cat 5 begins at 157, and it may be strengthening. We may be looking at an advisory that features even stronger winds, gusts at 195 miles per hour. I mean, this is a catastrophe, and it's heading right for Jamaica, where they don't have the best of infrastructure. The housing is nowhere near the standard in other places, just because that's just how things are there. And so a lot of wind will cause a lot of damage. I mean, Category 5 hurricanes will knock homes down here in the States that are built to code. If you look at Mexico City Beach over the Panhandle with Michael in 2018, it looked like a big bulldozer came down through the neighborhoods there. And that's basically what we're going to see here in Jamaica within about 30 miles of the eye to the east. So let's say, based on this projection, it makes landfall between Negril and Kingston, Kingston being the capital where about 2/3 of the population lives. The worst of the wind will stay west of Kingston, which would be great for Kingston, but the only thing is that that's also the heart of where the heaviest rain will fall. There's this ridge of mountains called the Blue Mountains, north and east of Kingston, where they go up to 7,400 feet. Huge mountains. That's going to catch all the rain, wring it out, and cause huge rivers and raging torrents and deadly flooding. The whole gambit from just unimaginable amounts of rain from this slowly moving system. And they will get wind there, but the track will determine everything. It is forecast to make a turn to the northeast later today. Right now it's heading west, and when it finally does make that turn, well, that'll help to determine where exactly landfall happens. Will it be Negril? Will it be even farther east in Kingston? Time will tell. But yeah, this is a big deal for Jamaica. So folks there are rushing to finish preparations, and the National Hurricane Center advises that Jamaica seeks shelter now because they're already starting to feel the effects with some of the heavy rain and the flooding. Meanwhile, it's going to be a major hurricane as it crosses eastern Cuba near Guantanamo Bay, where we've got U.S. soldiers stationed, of course, and then into the southern Bahamas and the Turks and Caicos is a Category 2 hurricane, less impactful, but still a hurricane with storm surge. It may brush Bermuda as we head into the weekend. Meanwhile, the other big weather story is the rain. While most areas yesterday had between 1 and 5 inches of rain, which is still a lot of rain, there were two bullseye areas. One was in Lake County near Mount Dora, where up to 19 inches fell. Another was in the Brevard County area, Titusville, where between 12 and 14 inches fell. Eustis saw a little over 6 times the rain that they get during the entire month of October, happening in a couple of hours, causing all of that flooding. Mount Dora, 16 inches, Port St. Joe. Port St. John, 15 inches. Port St. Joe is over on the Panhandle. Port Canaveral, 14.42 inches. So a lot of rain and a lot of damage. So here's what happened. So we had the Hurricane Melissa of the Caribbean representing an area of low pressure and high pressure to the north and east over New York, which produced a pressure gradient. And basically it forced the air to come together right over Central Florida along that warm front. Now, that warm front is currently strewn across the Georgia-Florida line, but yesterday it was strewn across Orlando. And so the confluence of air coming in from the northeast as well as from the southeast, wrung out the moisture focused along that warm front. That's why we had these copious amounts of rain with thunderstorms that would form and reform in the same locations because the same conditions existed with that boundary in place. While most places saw 1 to 4, maybe 5 inches, that did result in some places getting these insane rainfall totals, impossible to predict, and that's what happened. Today we've got the cold front from this system coming our way. That attendant cold front swings through and will produce another chance for some rain. But I mean, these pictures tell the story. This is a shot from Michael Palm with Canoe in the neighborhood, and here's a shot from Port St. John from Skylar Williams. And yeah, you can see even SUVs there are just flooded out. Like you think a Jeep could get through that, but the problem is you don't know where the dips are, the ditches, and once your hood goes in the drink like that, well, it gets hydrolocked and you're dead in the water. So anyway, flood watch is in effect for the rest of today till 7 o'clock for the core of our Central Florida viewing area, including Orlando, because the ground is so saturated that if we get any more rain, which we are expecting, especially between 5 and 10 p.m., it's not really going to have anywhere to go. It's not going to soak in. It's going to run off. New ponding will develop. and that'll cause flooding to get worse where it's flooding currently, and we may see nuisance flooding where it hasn't flooded yet. The cold front right now is strewn across the panhandle, and this is future clouds and radar. We're going to see scattered showers and storms developing between 5 and 6 p.m. So around commute time, you may get away with getting home without much rain, but soon thereafter, especially to the east inside of I-4, from I-4 points east, we're going to see a pretty decent shot at some heavy rain. Now, Titusville was one of the heaviest areas yesterday, and if this happens, they could easily pick up an inch of rain, maybe 2 inches. You can see how between 6 and 8, the rain is falling in the same areas. That would make the flooding very bad in Titusville. So we're not out of the woods yet there. We need to watch that carefully for the possibility. In these situations, you can track where the front is and where it's going and project where the rain may fall. But getting into specifics of does the rain set up over Titusville, does it set up over Kissimmee, only time will tell. But the potential is there for through 9 or 10 o'clock, some pretty heavy totals. A look at our future rain today. We may see anywhere from a ½ inch to an inch for most of us, but some areas may get 2 to 5 or 6 inches of rain, depending on how that goes. And if you're in Brevard County and you got flooded yesterday and you get 5 or 6 inches of rain, that's going to cause more flooding this evening. 7-day forecast, though, we are high and dry for the rest of the week with just a 20% chance of rain Tuesday through Thursday. And then the coldest weather of the season by far rushing in for Thursday and Friday. High of 72 Thursday, 70 on Friday. For perspective, our typical high is 82. 70 to 72 is only about 10 degrees cooler than normal, but that's also our average high in January during our coldest week of January, 72. So we're going to be looking at, technically by Orlando standards, winter-like temperatures, although it's going to be far from freezing. Don't forget, we fall back for the end of daylight saving time on Sunday at 2 a.m. back to the early sunsets. But yeah, Garrett, how do you like that? We go from tropical weather to January-like weather by Halloween.
All in like 1 week there.
All in a week. And it's going to get cold at night as well. We're looking at 40s away from the city and away from the coast, and lows around 50 in Orlando for both Halloween morning and the November 1st morning, the morning after. I call it the kids' hangover morning. After all that candy, it's going to be cold.
Yeah, some weather whiplash there, and certainly thinking about the folks in these communities dealing with issues from the rain, and obviously need to keep an eye on the forecast today as well because of those additional chances.
Well, it's really terrible. In Mount Dora, a lot of folks have self-evacuated to hotels where they have to stay tonight because the floodwaters remain in their homes. And of course, tonight's going to be a terrible night for Jamaica. The conditions will deteriorate after dark. The worst of it coming in overnight, and then the landfall itself probably happening tomorrow morning around or just after dawn. So it's going to be a night that no Jamaican has seen in recorded history, because they've never had a storm that intense make landfall there.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it.
And let me give you a live look right now from the Florida 511 cameras, and you can see high water on the road here. This is State Road 46 at US 441, just outside of Mount Dora in Lake County. And if you look to the left there, you see some cars going through that water, kind of moving on to as close as they can get to the shoulder, the median there, because the water in that direction really kind of spilling over into the lanes. And then you don't see cars driving down the other side, but you can see the reflection of the water covering a wide swath of that direction as well. So certainly something we are continuing to see even as we get closer to noon here on this Monday. The main thing is be careful out there, be aware of the high water. Don't drive through it, as we talked about. Just you don't always know what's underneath it. We have seen washouts in a number of different places, and you just don't know what might be underneath that high water. So certainly something to keep in mind, especially if you're traveling through Lake County and then parts of Brevard County as well. And we will continue to track these flooding impacts around Central Florida here throughout the afternoon here on Fox Local and on YouTube. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. It's time for our segment we call Monday Morning Quarterback, where we take a look back at the Florida football weekend that was at all different levels, at the high school, college, and the professional level. Look at some of the standout performances, and then maybe one performance that has you scratched in your head as well. So for this, we like to bring in Tim Walters, who is the sports editor of Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. Tim, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this morning.
Hey, appreciate it. Good morning, Garrett.
Oh, good morning. So what a weekend it was when it comes to football. Let's start at the high school level, though, and give us who your standout is. And these numbers are kind of eye-popping.
Yeah, Garrett, it's incredible to think that was week 10 of the FHSAA season and the last week of the regular season for the SSAA season. So things coming down to the postseason here. But last week we had some crazy games, but there was one that really stood out. I mean, look, we often see blowouts in high school football, but in one blowout, they sat the starters at the half. So this was only a half of work for this player. So we're going to go over to the Daytona Beach area to DeLand High School, which defeated University 70-0. Now, Marcellus Carey, he had in the first half 3 carries for 63 yards and 2 touchdowns, 2 receptions for 156 yards and 2 touchdowns. On defense, he had 2 interceptions, and he also caught 2 two-point conversions. So that is a busy half of football for that player there. So good job to Marcellus Carey, who just I don't even know what you say about that. At halftime it was 48-0, and but just crazy numbers. I think maybe they only had one player on the field. I don't know what was going on there, Garrett.
I tell you what, impressive though to have those stats for only half the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally that's a game or two for some players, and especially a young man that's playing both offense and defense. Sounds like he does some running back, some wide receiver, some defensive back, but just a great day for him. And then I know normally we spotlight one player. Sometimes we throw in an extra player too, but this week I want to spotlight a coach. We don't often look at the coaches, and in the state of Florida we have such wonderful high school football coaches, and they do such a great job with our young athletes. When you look around the country and see how many players are playing Division I football. Well, this is a coach who coaches for Spruce Creek. They won their game against Flagler Palm Coast 35-13. His name is Andy Price. Andy Price collected his 200th victory as a high school football coach. He's been a head coach for 27 years. His record is 200 wins, 101 losses, so a really good win-loss percentage, and he's 83-50 at Spruce Creek since joining that program in 2013. So let's send out a nice congratulations to Andy Price at Spruce Creek High School.
Yeah, that is impressive, certainly well-deserved. Congratulations for that milestone. That's impressive to be able to have that success for that long.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you don't see a lot in the state of Florida anymore, and of course he's been there since 2013. I feel like when I went to high school here, which was in the mid-90s, so a long time ago, but there were a lot of coaches who were in those jobs for 20, 30, 35 years with the same program, and you just don't really see that a ton anymore. So, this gentleman's been in the job. This is his 13th year at the program, 83 wins. So, that's a lot of wins per season, and he's doing a great job there. And we just love to see the coaches like that. I had a great coach. I didn't play football, obviously. I was a little bit undersized, but I also went to a really good high school for football, Merritt Island High School over in Florida's Space Coast in Brevard County. And the stadium there is named after the high school football coach who was there when I was there, and that's Gerald Odom. So, the O-Dome at Merritt Island, Gerald Odom, he won a couple of state titles there. So, it's always fun to spotlight state coaches coaches in the state of Florida, and then think back to who was at your high school and who was coaching, doing a great job back then.
Yeah, they work hard, and they impact a lot of kids in a lot of different ways. So I think it's good to give them a shout out. Now let's talk about your college standout from the weekend, Tim.
Yeah, now we didn't have a whole lot to choose from, and that's because Florida State, and UCF were on byes, but you had USF playing at Memphis, and you, of course, had Miami hosting Stanford, which upset Florida State the prior week. Well, we're going to talk about that USF debacle and my head scratcher here in a minute, but let's go to that Miami game. Now, the Hurricanes, they won 42-7. They scored kind of a garbage time touchdown with basically no time left in the game. But what can you do? You got the ball. You can't, you've got to do something with it. You can't keep kneeling, running out of time. So they did score a touchdown. So I'm going to highlight their running back, Mark Fletcher Jr. Now, this young man, he is having a whale of a season, and I could have spotlighted him a couple of different times this year, but he had 106 yards and 3 touchdowns, and he added 3 receptions for 13 yards, and just, leading the way against a Stanford team that, like I said, the prior week had upset Florida State. They started the year pretty rough, but Stanford had actually been playing a lot better as of late. And we all know Andrew Luck. He's the one kind of putting that athletic program back together at Stanford. And, he must be really good at asking for money, because a former player who played there in the 70s and who is now a real estate magnate just donated $50 million to the Stanford program. So look for them to use that on NIL and upgrades to their facilities. But they're just getting started there at Stanford. Right now, Miami is off and running. They only have the one loss that they suffered to Louisville in a close game a couple of weeks ago on a Friday night. But, one of the guys leading the charge, of course, is Mark Fletcher Jr., and he had just an awesome night the other night. Stanford just couldn't stop him. And he didn't play a whole lot in the second half. So basically, kind of like our high school standout, he was doing it early, and then he got to take a breather later in the game.
Yeah, hey, if you work that hard early in the game, then you get the rest of it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, those guys, I don't know. I can't imagine. Some of those guys reach peak speeds of 18, 20, 21 miles an hour when they're on full speed. So I couldn't imagine. I don't even know if I could catch Mark Fletcher on a bicycle. So, yeah, let that young man catch his breath.
Yeah, no doubt about that. All right, let's talk about your pro standout, Tim, from the Florida football weekend that was.
Yeah, again, there were just the 2 games. The Jaguars were on a bye week. Buccaneers win, Dolphins win. It's always nice when you get that type of state sweep. Buccaneers game was a little bit, I don't want to call it boring, but when a great interception return for a touchdown and some field goals and such. But, I wanted to spotlight the Dolphins and Tua Tagovailoa. Tua has not had a great month until this game this past weekend. I think he's learning a little bit about humble pie, a little bit about what you say in front of the media, a little bit about throwing your teammates under the bus. I get it. There's some frustration there, and the Dolphins weren't supposed to be as bad as they were. But hey, they come out against the Falcons, who, that's a bipolar team if I've ever seen one. Some weeks they look as good as anybody in the league. Some weeks they look that bad, and they had their second absolute stinker of the year, and it came against the Dolphins. But Tua, he threw 4 touchdown passes in this game to 4 different wide receivers. He only had 205 yards, but it was efficient, 20 for 26. But Jalen Waddle, Malik Washington, Devon Achane, and Ollie Gordon II all had touchdown receptions from Tua Tagovailoa as the Dolphins rolled 34-10. And maybe this, now that they're 2-5, will get them moving in the right direction. We're going to see them Thursday night coming up against the Ravens. And of course, the Ravens quarterback, Lamar Jackson, is from South Florida, kind of a homecoming for that young man. And of course, he just is returning from injury. So that should be a real good one on Thursday Night Football. And then, of course, the Dolphins travel over to Spain to play in Madrid here in a couple of weeks on the 9th. So, hopefully things are starting to look up for the Dolphins there in South Florida. And it all starts with the quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa, who, again, 4 touchdown passes as the Dolphins got a much-needed and important win this past weekend.
If you are head coach Mike McDaniel, you certainly hope things are starting to turn around for your team.
Yeah, big breath of fresh air from Mike McDaniel. You got to like him. He's, everybody knows he's a little quirky. He's a little different. Sometimes he will say things that, maybe you need 20 words to say, but he'll say it in 500 words, and you got to kind of dissect it and figure out what he's saying. But he is a very smart guy. And, he really came onto the scene big with the Dolphins. And then this year, things just really fell flat. So, it's good to see the Dolphins putting up that type of performance. Devon Achane became the youngest Miami Dolphin to reach 30 touchdowns in their career. And that's a franchise that's been around since, I believe, 1966. So Devon Achane, really good player. Happy for him. He got a touchdown in that game. And he helped my fantasy football team win. So thanks, Achane.
There you go, win-win. Now, finally, what's you kind of teased it a little bit ago, your head scratcher. What's up with USF?
Yeah, I was just kind of checking on that game during the day because I wasn't home early in the day on Saturday. And I saw, oh, they're cruising past Memphis, no problem. And then I get home and I turn the TV on and I'm like, wait, what on earth happened here? A 17-point collapse where Memphis scores 17 in the fourth quarter. And then USF, they I don't want to say they drive down. They get into what's a reasonable field goal range for a Grammatica. But unfortunately, he misses a 52-yard field goal. They don't tie the game. They ultimately lose 34-31 to Memphis, who's a really good team. They actually only have one loss. And maybe Memphis is now starting to say, well, forget USF in our conference. We're the ones that should get that playoff spot. And right now they're in the driver's seat. Unfortunately for South Florida, with that loss, that pretty much eliminates them from any opportunity of getting into the college football playoff, one of those 12 spots. But now Memphis might be the one to get in there. So we'll keep our eye on that. But that was a head scratcher. It looked like South Florida was in control of that game. And then all of a sudden a big fourth quarter collapse. That's a shame.
Yeah, and like you said, consequential in a lot of ways. But the playoff conversation was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, it was. And, the good, we always try and find coverage for things that we don't have in the state of Florida for the USA Today network. And we don't have a Tampa-based or Tampa area newspaper. That game was up in Memphis, and Gannett does own the Memphis newspaper. So they had a lot of great coverage at the Commercial Appeal. And so if you want to read more about that game, they've got a lot of good things there, and you can find out exactly what happened. But it is a shame that South Florida, they'll be leaving that conversation, but they're still a really good team. Maybe they can still play for their conference championship. We'll just have to watch for that in the second half of the season.
Yeah, still a good season. Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. Always appreciate you joining us and doing some Monday morning quarterbacking with us.
Absolutely, Garrett. I always appreciate you having me on. And check out Jacksonville.com, home of the Florida Times-Union, as the Jaguars come off a bye this week, and they're going to play at the Las Vegas Raiders. And one of the cool storylines there to throw in, Garrett, is that the running back Ashton Genty of the Raiders, the rookie, a lot of people don't know this. He's from the Jacksonville area, so he will be seeing his hometown team coming to Las Vegas for a 4:05 game. So check out Jacksonville.com. We'll have great coverage from that game.
He's fun to watch, too, that's for sure. Tim, good talking with you.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you this live look inside Courtroom 1G of the Seminole County Courthouse in Sanford. This is the defense attorney for Donovan Faison, who is giving their closing argument right now. Faison is charged with first-degree murder in connection with the alleged shooting and killing of his girlfriend, Kaylin Fiengo. She was found dead inside a car back on November 11th of 2022. Nearly a year later that Faison was arrested. Again, he's charged with first-degree murder in this case and potentially facing the death penalty for it as well. He's charged not just with the death of his girlfriend, but her unborn child as well. Investigators have said that he shot and killed her because she refused to get an abortion. She was 3 months pregnant at the time. Now, this is, again, Faison's attorney who is giving their closing argument right now. Just a moment ago before we came back from break, she said he is a cheater. He is not a murderer. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Or recross her, whatever, and say, oh, no, but this is all about Kaylin. This is all about Kaylin. No, Sierra got up here and told you, I told Donovan, he's a cheater. I'm going to go have sex with someone else and not upset him. So he put a hole in the wall. He is not talking about putting a hole in Kaylin Fiengo. But when viewed through tunnel vision, when all of this evidence is viewed in light of one thing and one thing alone, that's what the state's asking you to do. The state is asking you to narrow in and see how they want you to see it, how Sharon Nettles only looked at the way that this case was going. In her mind alone, Donovan Faison was the only possible person. I want to talk to you about the videos that the state showed you. Now, they tried to show, Donovan Faison, he's a liar. Well, we know he's a cheater, right? You're going to see the text messages. He's a cheater. He impregnated someone else. He's a cheater. But the videos, they pulled up the interview with Sharon Nettles, and then they pulled up some videos that were from over a year ago. Some dumb kids on social media, on Snapchat, I believe, is what Bly Raffo testified to. A social media outlet which is open to the public for public viewing. This isn't something that was hidden, and they're asking you to assign dumb childhood stuff a criminal aspect. You even heard from Sharon Nettles. When she took the stand, I asked her about a man with a firearm and a text message, and she said, oh no, I didn't find that to be threatening. People post dumb stuff online all of the time. Kids post dumb photos with guns all of the time, but I didn't find that threatening. But the state is sitting here today and asking you to find that threatening. It doesn't make sense. Their own witness is telling you that those videos in and of themselves shouldn't be threatening because kids post dumb things all of the time. They're asking you to assign criminality to dumb behavior. And they're hoping that you assign that dumb behavior to him possessing a firearm on November 11th of 2022. And guess what? Y'all heard no evidence of that whatsoever. There is no evidence of a firearm being possessed by Donovan Faison on November 11th of 2022. And in fact, Ms. Bly Raffo, knowing that Mr. Faison said, okay, I've never handled firearms, I'm not super into firearms, went back and looked and looked and looked and specifically looked at the behest of Sharon Nettles to see if there were any evidence of a firearm on or about the date of November 11th of 2022. And guess what? Y'all don't see that. You're not going to see that because there is no evidence of that. Now, the reason I talk about cheating, as icky as it may be to a lot of people, cheating is something that is taboo. It's something that shouldn't happen, right? A lot of people feel a personal way about cheating. But the reason that I'm talking about this is because a lot of the things that were searched, a lot of the things that were talked about in the text messages can be assigned to a cheater and not a murderer. Location. Sierra Montilla got on the stand and said she was tracking Donovan. She wanted his location. She had a GPS. She thought he was cheating. We know that to be true. So searching location, of course Donovan's going to be searching location. He's a cheater. He's not a murderer. The state talked about an alibi. And the alibi that they're saying that Mr. Faison posted on the night of or the night immediately after, a photograph that was taken. Now, the state, I think, said that it was posted twice, but look closer at the evidence. It was posted between two different times, either between 8 and 11 a.m. No one knows why, how, or when, why that was posted, but let me tell you what. They want to assign to that Donovan Faison was trying to cover up that he had been at Coastline Park and murdered Kaylin Fiengo, that he is some precision surgeon when it comes to executing a crime. Posting an alibi like that, that's not precision, that's dumb. Sierra saw him, Woody texted him, he had a phone, he was at his mom's. He's not posting an alibi, and that's not even reasonable to believe or infer at that time. They talk about Donovan being a chameleon. He's not a chameleon. Any reasonable person has different relationships with different people. We all put ourselves out there as different people to our bosses or to our friends or to the judge or to the state attorney. We're not chameleons just because we communicate differently with other people. Donovan Faison is not a mastermind, and he is not this master manipulator that went out and concocted this giant plan to kill Kaylin Fiengo. They are asking you to force speculation. They are. They use the term force. They said that I would get up here and try and force speculative doubt. But I want to talk about evidence, hard evidence, right? We had a medical examiner, Barbara Wolf, come and take the stand. And when we're speaking of a murder case, there should be some scientifically based timeline of when someone died. A reasonable scientific timeline. And Mr. Leo got up here and said, I'm going to opine that she died between this time and this time. And Bly Raffo said, oh, well, this is inconsistent with the general cell phone usage of Kaylin Fiengo. Well, she only looked at a specific portion of time. She admitted that. And what the state attorney is asking you to do is, if you leave your phone alone for 2 hours, in their eyes, you could be dead. We don't have a timeline of when Kaylin Fiengo died. We have a speculative timeline. We have the opinions and assumptions of the state attorney that they're asking you and forcing you, or attempting to say at this time, Kaylin died because her phone was locked at 8:06. Why am I bringing this up? I'm bringing this up because there is a 2 hour, at least 2 hour time frame where we don't know what happened, who happened, why it happened. But just because her phone's not working, they're asking you to assume that she died at that point in time, and there is no scientific basis for that. The state attorney got up here and said, look at the photo of the seats being up, and then now the seats are down. And he made a show of taking his jacket off. And let me show you how there's no DNA and how we can go about doing no DNA. You heard no evidence of that. That's speculation and force. They are trying to force this idea, this plan, this thought-out idea that they have that Mr. Faison got in the car and had a conversation with Kaylin Fiengo, got out of the car and shot her. There's no DNA, there's no fingerprints, and yes, the state attorney said those things are all sexy, right? That this might be sexy to hear about. You know what else would be sexy? A timeline of firearm, or any evidence that Donovan Faison actually pulled the trigger. And there is none of that. You have evidence of a man that was cheating. You have evidence of a man that after learning that Kaylin Fiengo, a girl that he had sex with, that we've learned that he impregnated, we learned that it was his child, panicked, because any reasonable person who has seen any crime show understands who are they going to look at? Him. So he panicked. He panicked, and the searches that he did and the deleting that he did as a young, dumb kid, that's what he did. There's no denying that. But that doesn't mean that he killed Kaylin Fiengo. The text messages and the death of Kaylin Fiengo are not mutually exclusive. They're not one and the same. And the state's asking you to make that leap. They're asking you to make that jump. They're saying, okay, well, yeah, he was probably in the car, but there's no DNA, there's no fingerprints. They're saying, oh yes, he had access to guns a year beforehand, but there's no proof that he had access to guns the day of or on that day. The state and the law enforcement officers looked at Donovan Faison's behavior with tunnel vision, and that was from the beginning. The state is hoping that you're going to do the same thing here today. I'm hoping, Donovan Faison's hoping, that you give it more consideration than that. Now, the state attorney talked about reasonable doubt, and of course I'm going to talk about reasonable doubt. And they talked about a forced doubt, a speculative doubt. They said I was going to force these speculations on you. But these aren't speculations. There's no evidence of Donovan Faison pulling the trigger and killing Kaylin Fiengo. If you go back and you have reasonable questions, that is a reasonable doubt. And all you need is one. When you read the jury instructions, it says, if you have A, meaning one, reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. You just need one reasonable doubt.
Defense attorney talking about reasonable doubt right now, speaking to the jury about this as the defense attorney gives her closing argument in defense of Donovan Faison, who is accused of shooting and killing his girlfriend and their unborn child. Happened back in November of 2022. Faison, again, charged with first-degree murder. If convicted, he could face the death penalty. This is a trial happening in Sanford. Let's go ahead and take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've got to get in one more break this hour, but we'll come back and get you back inside this courtroom. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube. We've got much more to come. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. You can see in the right hand the couple of boxes we've got there, seeing a lot of impacts from the flooding and high water, the heavy rains that we've seen in Lake County. These are live shots from around Mount Dora, and you can see a lot of impact there, just behind these homes where there have been some landslides, some sinkholes. Number of issues there, but we want to get you live now to back inside the courtroom in Sanford, where the defense is delivering their closing argument in the trial of Donovan Faison, who is accused of killing his girlfriend and unborn child. We heard the defense attorney just a moment ago say that there is not evidence of murder, there is evidence of bad boyfriend behavior, there's evidence of cheating, but not evidence of murder. Let's go ahead and listen back in as she continues to deliver her closing argument.
Did not commit burglary with a battery. Thank you.
She has wrapped up, and now the prosecution will have the chance to deliver their rebuttal argument, so we'll go ahead and listen in live to this as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. What I'd like to do is I'd like to start out by addressing some of the things that Ms. Connor said. This purpose of this, it's called rebuttal. And then I'd like to talk about some of the jury instructions that are related to what Ms. Connor spoke about, because there's some of those jury instructions are very, well, all of them are important, but some of them I really want to draw your attention to. But first, Ms. Connor started out with tunnel vision. There's no tunnel vision in this case. You heard the evidence in this case. It was an 8-month investigation. Kaylin was murdered on November 11th of 2022, and Mr. Faison was arrested on August 29th of 2023. It's an 8-month period, and during that 8-month period, there was an extensive investigation done. That's what the evidence is. That's what the evidence shows you. Sharon Nettles, the lead investigator in the case, first of all explained that in this type of case, there's a team effort, that it's not only her, but there are other members of the Sanford Police Department, investigators and officers that assist in the investigation. And she went through, when we recalled her, in a very detailed manner, all the things that were done, the multiple interviews that were conducted over an 8-month period, and also the search warrants that were issued, the things that were done by other investigators, including Jason Bowen, with respect to the surveillance cameras. So there's no tunnel vision in this case. That's not what the evidence shows, and you, the jury, and any jury decides the case based upon evidence. Now, and one other thing that Ms. Connor pointed out is she tries to get some mileage over the fact that Sharon Nettles didn't walk the scene. Well, Catherine Lopez did. She's the crime scene investigator, and she's the one whose job that is. So I just want to point that out to you about walking the scene. Now, obviously, the defense in this case is that someone else did it. You heard Ms. Connor go through the various names that were mentioned throughout the case. Noel Williams, Trayvon Moore, Woody. Then she talks about criminal mischief in the park, inferring that there's crime in the park and maybe someone else committed the crime. That it's the area is a crime area and it's well traveled. All of these things suggesting and hoping that you'll go with someone else committed the crime. Well, let me ask you this question. You decide the case based upon the evidence. You look at the entire record and you decide the case based upon the evidence. So ask yourself this question. Let's say Noel Williams was on trial. What evidence is there in this case that he did it? Once again, you decide this case based upon the evidence. Let's say Trayvon Moore, whoever he is, was on trial in this case. What evidence is there to suggest that he did it? Let's say Woody, a friend of Mr. Faison, was on trial. What evidence is there in this case to suggest that he did it? Let's say people who committed criminal mischief in the park were on trial in this case. What evidence is there in this case to suggest that they did it? It's a crime area, traveled. Well, what evidence is that anybody else did it? If any of those persons were on trial in this case, and you decide the case based upon the evidence that's presented to you, if any of those persons were on trial, let's say Woody, or this fellow Noel Williams, or Trayvon Moore, whoever they are, if they were on trial in this case, you would go back there and you'd deliberate and you'd come back in 15 seconds not guilty. So please think about that when they start throwing these other names at you about who may have done it. There's no evidence at all, none whatsoever, that any of these people had anything to do with the murder of Kaylin. It's just a distraction, hoping that you'll kind of look the other way. But the evidence doesn't take you in that direction. The evidence takes you in only one direction, and that's Donovan Faison. I'm not going to go through all of the evidence of all of the compelling evidence that Mr. Leo went through during his part of the closing argument. But it is in fact compelling. The text messages between Mr. Faison and Woody, cropping her out. What does crop mean? When you crop a photograph, it means to eliminate that part of the photograph. I'm not going to spare any more shit. On my brother's grave, I'm going to crop her out. About the Miss Connor tries to talks about the hole. I'm going to put a hole in that bitch, or put a hole in that bitch first quarter. By the way, that first quarter is kind of significant because he's kind of thinking maybe it's the first quarter of her pregnancy or the first trimester of her pregnancy, which it was. But she tries to make the argument that when he makes that reference, put a hole in that bitch, that he's referring to the wall. Well, I want to show you one photograph.
We've got the warning up on the screen, but I do just want to remind you, viewer discretion advised. We are hearing some language as they read through some text messages and other evidence. We heard some earlier as well. So just wanted to give you that warning as we go ahead and listen in live to this this trial going on in court in Seminole County.
This is the photograph right here. What does this photograph show? It shows a hole in her. And to use his words, I emphasize, a hole in that bitch. That's what this photograph shows. So what do you think he's referring to when he says, I'm going to put a hole in that bitch? The wall or Kaylin? Well, here it is right there. What does common sense tell you? Judge Garner is going to read you an instruction, a jury instruction that says when you evaluate the case, you use your common sense. What does your common sense tell you about that? there's no timeline. Ms. O'Connor says that there is no timeline. Well, there is a timeline in this case. We have a text message exchange between Kaylin and her friend Simone on the night that Kaylin was murdered. That is roughly around 7:06 p.m. And then we have the very last human activity, or 7:08 p.m., 7:08 p.m., the very last human activity when the phone is unlocked at 8:06 p.m. That's a timeline. That puts Kaylin at the park in between those times, and the very last human activity occurs at 8:06 p.m. And it's not speculation. It's right there in front of you, the documents regarding her phone that was presented to you. So there is a timeline in this case. Now, Ms. Connor talked about a reasonable doubt. Now, I'm going to back up for a second. I'm not going to go through, for the time's sake, I'm not going to go through all of the compelling evidence in this case that Mr. Leo went through. And it is compelling evidence. One thing after another that puts it together. But I want to talk about the jury instruction that Ms. Connor referred to, at the reasonable doubt instruction. And talk a little bit more about that, because there are a couple of things that's very important for you to see about the reasonable doubt instruction. First of all, the instruction tells you that reasonable doubt is not doubt beyond all doubt, beyond any doubt. It doesn't require proof beyond all doubt to an absolute certainty. Also, it defines reasonable doubt by exclusion. In other words, tells you what it isn't. And a reasonable doubt is not a possible doubt, forced doubt, imaginary doubt, or a speculative doubt. You can go back there and you can force yourself to believe, well, maybe he didn't go to the park. Although we have text messages saying that he's going to meet Kaylin at the park. You can imagine that that whole reference doesn't refer to Kaylin, and it refers to the wall, but you'd really have to imagine that. There are a lot of things that you can force or imagine or speculate about, but those things aren't reasonable doubts. So a forced doubt, an imaginary doubt, a speculative doubt, those things are not reasonable doubts. And those are the only kind of doubts that you can have in this case, based upon the evidence. But also something very important to note about the reasonable doubt instruction. The reasonable doubt instruction only applies to the elements of the offense. And let me talk to you about what that means. I'm not going to put up the jury instructions just for the sake of time. You're going to have them. You don't need to commit them to memory when I talk about them. You're going to have them, and you can refer to them. But each of these three crimes, the first-degree murder, the killing of the unborn child, and the burglary, they are defined by what are called elements. Some of them have three, and I can't recall exactly four elements. I think most of them have three elements, but you'll see the 1, the 2, the 3, and included within the jury instructions the various definitions. An example, premeditation in the first-degree murder jury instruction, but each of them have elements, and that's what defines the crime, the 1, the 2, and the 3. The reasonable doubt instruction only applies to the elements of the offense. And this is the reason why I bring that up. You may have some doubts about this case. You may have some reasonable doubts about this case. Did he get into the car? Well, there's some doubts about that, whether or not he got into the car. It's a plausible argument that he got into the car and they discussed it. But you may have doubts about that. You may have some reasonable doubts about whether or not he got into the car. Did he have a conversation with Kaylin before he killed her? We don't know. You certainly have reasonable doubts about that. Did Kaylin show him photographs of the sonogram? Certainly you have reasonable doubts about that. But those things are not elements of the offense, and the reasonable doubt standard only applies to the elements of the offense. The 1, the 2, and the 3. You'll have those jury instructions in front of you, and you'll see what those elements are. But it's important and critical for you to understand that the reasonable doubt standard only applies to the elements of the offense. Now there's some other jury instructions that I want to talk about with you that you'll see, and you'll have it. You'll see that in the first degree murder, before the first degree murder instruction, there's a instruction on excusable or justifiable homicide. And basically, excusable homicide is a killing that occurs by accident. Justifiable homicide is a killing that occurs in self-defense. And those are illegal. There's nothing unlawful about, they're not crimes. And the reason why I mention that is, just so you're not confused about these things, as you go back there, you look at the jury instructions, you see that, and you say, why is this instruction in here? I mean, there's no issue about an accidental killing, and there's no issue about self-defense in this case. The reason why that instruction is included is because the law requires that in every homicide case, that instruction has to be given. So you go back there, it's a part of the jury instruction. So you look at it and, read it as you should all the instructions, but it has absolutely no application in this case. The only reason why it's given is because the law requires that it be given. I want to talk about also jury instructions that you'll be given, and those are lesser included offenses. Basically, a lesser included offense is a less serious offense that is by definition included within the main crime. And each of these counts, the first degree murder has the lesser included offense of second degree murder and manslaughter. The killing of the unborn child has a couple of lessers. I'm going to talk about that in a moment when I talk about a jury instruction called the interlocking counts. But that has lesser included offenses. And these are, once again, a lesser included offense is a less serious crime that is by definition included within the main offense. And if you commit the main offense, by definition, you commit the lesser offense. And burglary has some lessers. And you'll see it. It'll be on the verdict form. And the reason why I mention these things is you go back there, you deliberate, you come to the conclusion respectfully based upon the evidence as you should that Donovan Faison is guilty of every single as charged count. First degree murder, killing of an unborn child by killing the mother by committing a first degree murder against the mother, and then burglary of a conveyance with an assault or battery by use of a firearm. Go back there and you conclude based upon the evidence that he's guilty of all of those things, once again as you should, respectfully as you should. And then you go back there and you think, well, the prosecutor just told us if he commits the main crime, then by definition he's committed the lesser crime. So we can pick and choose which crime you pick. Well, Judge Garner is going to give you an instruction that you should find the defendant guilty of the highest crime proved beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the reason why I'm talking about lesser included offenses.
The prosecution continuing to deliver their rebuttal as the murder trial of Donovan Faison wraps up here. Going on live right now inside the Seminole County Courthouse in Sanford. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside the courtroom here in Seminole County in Sanford as Donovan Faison is on trial, accused of killing his girlfriend and unborn child. He is charged with first-degree murder and could potentially face the death penalty if convicted. The prosecution is seeking the death penalty in this case, in connection with a shooting that happened back in November of 2022. The defense has tried to argue that there's no evidence of him committing that murder, that it could have been someone else who maybe had a reason to, or could have been the result of some other crime in that area. The girlfriend, Kaylin Fiengo, she was found dead inside her car at a park in Sanford. And so the defense had argued that there was some other crime in that area and that it could have been the result of a robbery. The prosecution has tried to rebut that and say, no, there's no evidence of that. And the prosecution continuing to speak right now. We heard from prosecutors earlier, and if we get the chance, I'll show you some of the video of that, where they played a video earlier showing body camera of one of the times that Faison was questioned and pointing out what they say are lies in his story. We heard some reference to that when we took the defense closing argument live just a little bit ago. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the prosecution delivers their rebuttal ahead of the jury being sent to deliberate in this case.
A set of interlocking counts that also is extremely important. And once again, you'll see the jury instruction and read through it very carefully. It can be very confusing, but you read through it and it'll appear, you'll be able to make sense out of it, but it is very confusing. There's another interlocking jury instruction part of this case, and that deals with count 1 and count 2. Count 1 is the first-degree murder count against the crime committed against Kaylin. Count 1 provides the support for count 2, and let me tell you what I mean by that. And I guess maybe the easiest way to kind of think about it is the crime committed against the mother is the crime that's committed against the unborn child. In other words, the count 2 that alleges the unborn child, that says the killing of an unborn child by committing first-degree murder against the mother. So the crime committed against the mother is the crime that's committed against the child, and this is where the interlocking nature of the offense applies. Let's say you go back there, and for whatever reason, I suspect this is probably not going to happen, but for whatever reason you say, you know something, we're going to give him a break on count 1, first-degree murder, and we'll find him guilty of second-degree murder. But clearly, the evidence establishes that he committed the main charge in count 1, the killing the unborn child by committing first-degree murder against the mother. Well, if you do that, then once again, by definition, if you find the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, that takes away support for the count 2, killing the unborn child by committing first-degree murder against the mother. You'll see when you get the jury instructions that count 2, you'll have the option of finding him guilty of the main crime, which is killing an unborn child by committing first-degree murder against the mother. The next lesser is killing an unborn child by committing second-degree murder against the mother. The next lesser you'll have is killing an unborn child by committing manslaughter against the mother. So the point is that the foundation for that count 2 is the crime that's committed against the mother in count 1. Basically, the crime committed against the mother is the crime that's committed against the unborn child. And that will become apparent when you look at the jury, when you look at the verdict form, where you see the choices on count 1, where it says first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter. Those are the lessers the second-degree murder and the manslaughter are the lessers of the count one in the murder count, and you'll see the same exact lessers. They correspond. They interlock with respect to count two. The main charge in count two is the killing the unborn child by committing first-degree murder against the mother. And then you'll see, once again, corresponding with count one, the lessers in count two are killing an unborn child by committing second-degree murder against the mother and killing the unborn child by committing manslaughter against the mother. So that's, when you see the verdict form, you see how those counts 1 and 2, interlock. And it's very important for you to see that, because as Mr. Leo pointed out, the one counts, these all three counts kind of affect the decision on the other count. And I point these things out to you so you do something that you don't intend on doing. Like, for instance, give him a break on count 2, second-degree murder, and find him guilty of second-degree murder, and then on count 2, he's clearly guilty of the main charge, killing an unborn child by committing first-degree murder of the mother. If you did that, then once again, by law, Judge Garner would have to reduce that count 2 down to the first lesser, which is killing an unborn child by committing second-degree murder. So it's important for you to understand and to follow the nature of those interlocking counts, so you don't do something that you don't intend on doing. A couple of other things that I do want to point out. With respect to the fingerprint evidence that was presented to you in this case, just one little observation. How Jill Hurley testified that simply because you touch something doesn't necessarily leave a fingerprint. Well, you remember those sonograms that were found in the car, in Kaylin's car? Those actually were perfect surfaces to leave fingerprints. They were smooth and kind of shiny and kind of plastically, kind of like a plastic surface, and those were the types of surfaces that Jill Hurley testified would leave a fingerprint. Well, don't you think that Kaylin absolutely held those photographs and looked at her unborn child? That she had those photographs in her hand? But what was the evidence in this case? The evidence in this case was that the scene was processed, including those sonograms were processed for fingerprints, and nothing was found. So the point is, just because there's no fingerprints, and just because there is no DNA, that was testified to by Sarah Buchu from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the DNA analyst, just because there are no fingerprints, no DNA, doesn't mean that a person was not there. And in this case, once again, I'm not going to go through all of the evidence of guilt that Mr. Leo presented, all the positive evidence of guilt, but also all the evidence of consciousness of guilt, the lies that he told to Sharon Nettles, the erasing of the incriminating text messages from his phone, the turning off of his phone during that 1 hour and 15-minute time period when Kaylin was murdered, those incriminating questions that he asked Google or TikTok about, can the IP address be determined, or can your phone be tracked if it's off, and those other incriminating text messages. The evidence in this case is compelling. There is no reasonable doubt in this case. And let me close my closing argument the way that I ended my opening statement. And that is that based upon the evidence in this case, respectfully, the only verdict, the only fair, just, honest verdict in this case is so compelling and so obvious. And that is that he's guilty. On that night, he went to that Coastline Park. He, in a cold-blooded fashion, shot Kaylin in the head. That's guilty as charged in the first-degree murder. That in the process of committing the first-degree murder against Kaylin, he killed her unborn baby boy. And that in the process he committed a burglary, and the burglary doesn't require, you'll see this in the jury instruction, burglary doesn't require him to physically enter the car. You can also enter under that burglary statute by causing an object to enter that car if that object was projected or put into that car with the
Not really sure what happened with our court feed there.
Those would
well, it looks like it has come back. We'll keep listening in as the prosecution wraps up its closing argument here.
Thank you.
The judge giving folks a chance to leave the courtroom because she's getting ready to read the jury instructions in this trial, and then this case will be in the hands of the jury. They'll have the chance to deliberate and decide whether or not to find Donovan Faison guilty. He, again, charged with first-degree murder in the shooting death of his girlfriend, Kaylin Fiengo. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. The judge, you see there, Judge Donovan Garner in Seminole County, getting ready to read the jury instructions to the jury ahead of them going back to deliberate in the trial of Donovan Faison, who is charged with first-degree murder in connection with this shooting that happened back in 2022. Again, we will keep monitoring this. Not going to listen to the jury instructions live, but we will keep monitoring that, and of course we'll bring you updates as the jury deliberates throughout the afternoon. We do expect them to get this case shortly after the instructions are read. If there are questions, we'll try to stay on top of that, and like I said, just keep monitoring what is happening inside the courtroom. You never know how long it might take a jury to deliberate and come to a decision in a trial like this. And then we do know that this is a death penalty case, and so that if Faison is convicted, there will then have to be a death penalty phase of the trial to determine whether that is the appropriate punishment for this. So a lot that we are watching in Seminole County, and again, we're monitoring that, and we'll get you back inside the courtroom as we need to. But I do want to take you to Sarasota now, where just a little bit ago, Governor Ron DeSantis held a news conference at the New College of Florida. He was talking about new prizes for the state speech and debate championships, which are now going to be named after Charlie Kirk, the conservative activist who was shot and killed at an event at a university in Utah back in August. So the governor was announcing that. He also announced a state partnership with Turning Point USA and Club America that are aimed to help high school students interested in starting their own chapters of those organizations at their school. So this was Governor DeSantis speaking a little bit ago in Sarasota.
Great to be in New College. Great to be back in Sarasota. The new and improved New College. What a difference a few years makes. Well, we're proud to be joined today by so many great folks. I know we've got a lot of people affiliated with the university. We have Florida's Lieutenant Governor with us today, Jay Collins. We have our Education Commissioner, Stasi Kamoutsis. The Chancellor of the State University System, Ray Rodriguez. And then we have local reps, Buchanan and McFarland. And last but not least, New College President Richard Corcoran. So one of the things we've done from the time I was governor, when Richard was our education commissioner, is we made a strong effort and really made a central effort to reinvigorate civics education in this state. It's become a lost art across the country. A lot of times people are graduating without having really any sense of what it means to be an American, no foundation about the principles that make the country great. And the way I view it is you're going to be doing a lot of different things if you go through our K-12 system. Some will go to university, some will go to state college, some will go to apprenticeship, some will just go into the workforce. There's a whole host of paths that people will take, and we want to encourage people to do the path that they like the best. But no matter what path, everyone's going to be called upon to exercise the duties of being an American citizen, and that means something, and that's important. And so we've tried to elevate the art of civics and citizenship in a meaningful way. Now, some of that is, quite frankly, what we've done at New College to make sure that this is a liberal arts college that is fulfilling the classical mission of the university, pursuing truth, elevating merit, and ultimately preparing these students to be citizens of this republic. We've also done things at universities like the Hamilton Center Institute at UF, Adam Smith Center at Florida International. These are basically hotbeds of Western civilization thinking, classical thinking, things that, again, have fallen out of favor in the elite academy over recent decades. But we've done a lot on K through 12. And we've had some more requirements for more civics instruction, and that's important. But, we can sit there and say, you got to know the Constitution, you got to know the Federalist Papers, but like, what are they actually being taught in the classroom? And the reality is a lot of teachers, particularly younger teachers, if you're going through universities in this country, you're not graduating with a very strong background, most likely, in the founding of the country and all the key debates that shape the institutions. Like, that's viewed as passé amongst that group of academics. Now, that's changing in Florida, but in most parts of the country. Oh, and incidentally, they just did a college rankings in the Wall Street Journal, and what they did was they said, listen, you have legacy institutions. Like, look, you have some of these institutions that are older than our country, right? Harvard, Yale, these places. So they've got all this prestige that's been built up over the years, but the question is, like, what actually are students getting? Yeah, you're getting prestige and legacy prestige, but what? So they said, what about commitment to free speech? What about making sure that you have a good environment, free exchange of ideas, no indoctrination, merit over identity politics, all the things that I think most people think universities should be doing. And so it's very good criteria. And in that criteria, when you rank the universities across the country, they rank the University of Florida #1 in America on that criteria. They ranked Florida State #7 in America on that criteria. But the reality is we're doing that work, but that's not traditionally what's been happening around the country. So it's like, okay, if you want to teach civics, how we make sure the teachers are armed. So we created a Civic Seal of Excellence program. It's 50 hours of instruction. Teachers can go through, and not just civics teachers, history teachers, English teachers, whatever, we want you to go through. And you're getting real good instruction. We got people from like Hillsdale College, Herod, all these people to come and do this course, and the teachers get a $3,000 bonus when they go through. And what are they doing? They're learning about basically everything our founders knew when they went in and did all this stuff. They're doing that, and so now you have a great foundation where you can inspire these students. And so we're really glad that we were able to do that. But one of the big things that we have done in Florida is reinvigorate speech and debate. When you became education commissioner, what did we had very few districts even had it, like maybe like 5 or 10 out of 67 counties didn't even have this. Now, today, because of what we've done, all 67 counties have robust speech and debate programs, and we do competitions and we do all this stuff. But it's important because, especially in the age of these smartphones and texting and social media, you got to put that down. You got to be able to stand on your 2 feet, and you got to be able to make an argument on an issue. You got to think about counter arguments. You got to think about people on the other side. How do you persuade somebody of a point? It's really become a lost art in most of our K through 12 system across this country. And maybe you get a topic and maybe you're somebody that hates Second Amendment, and you get a topic and you have to defend Second Amendment right. Maybe you're going to get out of your comfort zone and have to question some of your own assumptions and maybe see things a little bit differently. So there's a lot of value in critical thinking. There's a lot of value. And I'll tell you, one of the things we did in Florida that's been super successful, and we were the first state, no cell phones in the classroom. We actually... we did this a few years ago, and when we announced it, MSNBC said that it was akin to fascism to not have cell phones. Now even the liberal states are doing it because it's obvious, and it's, first of all, from a student perspective, just being mired on that, you're not going to be able to have attention. But also from a teacher perspective, would you want, if you're a college student, to go into teaching, if you're just going to sit there and basically talk to a wall because all these kids are on their phones? No. I mean, so it's not good for teachers. It's not good for recruiting good people. So we're able to do that. And I'll tell you, it's only going to get worse if we don't put our foot down with this technology. Social media has not been good for kids. Let's just be clear about that. Facebook has made a lot of money off it. They've made a lot of money. A lot of these companies have made a lot of money. It has not made the experience of growing up and all that better. Now, there's positives to it. I'm not going to deny that, but there's been a lot of negatives, particularly in education. So no phones in the classroom, I think is good. Now they're going to be doing artificial intelligence, and what is the danger of that is students are going to think that they're just relieved of any responsibility to think for themselves. Just plug it into a machine. Let the LLM tell you all these things. First of all, I got news for you guys. You know, who is running those chat bots and those LLMs? You know, it's big tech companies. They do not have your best interests at heart. They do not see the world the way that you do. And I don't care how efficient an LLM or a machine is in going through, whatever the data set that entity is crunching is what they're going to end up producing. So garbage in the data set, garbage out in terms of the answers that they're doing. And if you know anything about our founding fathers, they were very wise about accurately identifying the flaws in human nature. That's why they built the government that we have with checks and balances, separation of powers. Madison said that if men were angels, no government would be necessary. Madison said if angels were to govern men, then you wouldn't need any internal constraints on government. But that's not the world we live in. Don't think that somehow a tech overlord is somehow immune to the flaws in human nature. If they have the ability to control so much of society by manipulating these data sets, of course they're going to do it. Do you not remember COVID when they were censoring the truth? I mean, we literally did a thing, and I was the only one willing to do it at the time. This is, pretty early in COVID. I get some of these experts who were actually speaking out. There was like 6 in the world that were willing to speak out at the time. And I got Oxford, Stanford, Harvard, and they were ostracized by their colleagues. I was like, should a 5-year-old kid in kindergarten be wearing a mask all day? No, there's no basis. Google censored that video. We had it up. We had people. It was a nice round table. They censored it. They censored a lot of speech. They censored a lot about, just think about it. One of the most important debates that we could possibly have as a country in terms of what has impacted people more broadly than the COVID response, and yet they wanted to short-circuit debate. So the idea that somehow this artificial intelligence is just going to be so great for students, I think there are way more perils than positives, and we're doing it right by making people think for themselves, by making them pay attention with a technology-free environment, no distractions, and actually learn. That worked for many thousands of years very well there. I actually saw, you don't know what to believe when you see, but someone posted something online. It was an exam in like Kentucky for like an 8th grade graduation. And I'm reading these questions and I'm like, it was so much higher than what we've seen now. So we're working hard to correct that. So we're proud of what we've done, with the technology. So I do think it's important. Put aside all the stuff about you need to know civics and all, just to be able to stand on your feet, have a debate, see things, have your assumptions questioned. That's one of the problems with these universities across the country. When they're imposing orthodoxy, these students are never challenged on the assumption, just repeat party line. And you need to have your assumptions challenged. You need to think, critically about the positions you're taking, about the arguments you're making. So we've been able to do that, and it's now been a really big rip-roar and success, our Civics and Debate initiative. So since we've done this, we've had over 330 new speech and debate teams, all 67 counties, with over 4,200 student competitors taking part in our competition. During the first year of the initiative, my first year as governor, we had 11,600 students in Florida that competed. That number rose to 14,300 1 year later. In the past year, we've had over 430 students participate in our Speech and Debate Initiative State Championship program, which is really significant. And we think we're going to end up with over 600 for this year's, which, oh, by the way, this spring, 2026 speech and debate is going to be held right here at New College of Florida. So we're here to say that we're proud of what we've been able to do to facilitate speech and debate amongst our high school students, but we're also here to announce that we are going to be naming the prize for the winner of the speech and debate in honor of Charlie Kirk. So people will be able to win a Kirk prize for winning speech and debate. And part of the reason we wanted to do that is because the whole mission of Turning Point was really, I mean, there wasn't, they said not a lot of people were willing to go at the time. And I think part of it is like, yeah, you're going into the belly of the beast and you're going to bring conservative ideas to these liberal campuses. Good luck with that, right? I mean, a lot of people are just like, but, that was really important. And I think what happened over the years, and it's obviously grown a lot, was, some of these students get up there and they do their talking points, and you'd have somebody like Charlie batting them down. And none of these people had maybe had any pushback to any of this stuff before, and now all of a sudden they're doing it. Now, I know some people, you could tell them 2 + 2 = 4, and if they don't believe it, they're just not going to. I get that, but I think it causes people to actually have to think. And I know that Charlie was he was beating the bushes in Florida like for a long time before he became really well known, developed a big following in this state, particularly with a lot of contributors in different parts of the state, even lived in this community here in Sarasota for a time. So we were proud to be able to do that in memory, but it's not just a prize in and of itself, which is good. You win the championship, you get a good pat on the back. We wanted it to be even more meaningful to that. So when we have the championships on April 5th, 2026 in New College, we're proud to announce that it's not just going to be a trophy that you get. Because of private donations to the Florida Education Foundation as well as Florida Prepaid, we are going to be able to award the winner of the Kirk Prize a $50,000 scholarship. The runner-up in our speech and debate championship will receive a $25,000 scholarship. Semifinalists will receive $15,000 each, and the 4 remaining quarterfinalists will each receive a $10,000 scholarship. And before you say $10,000 isn't much with higher, in Florida it's a lot because our tuition's the same as when I took office, $6,300. And you actually can use this, so our prepaid and all this, obviously we want people to stay in state, especially if you're a good debater, but you can take it where you want to take it. And I think we're confirming, well, I'll make it happen, but so say you win the $50,000 and you go to University of Florida, which is not easy to get into, or you go to New College or whatever, and then you're like, you know what, I want to do master's or law school or something like that. You're not going to spend $50,000 in undergrad in Florida, most likely, so you should be able to apply that to graduate. And so we'll make sure that that happens as well. So this is a pretty big deal. Additionally, thanks to the Ronald Reagan Foundation, both the winner and the runner-up of Florida's debate championships will receive invitations to attend the National Ronald Reagan Presidential Debate in California. Then the Ronald Reagan Presidential Debate is inspired by President Reagan's legacy of principled leadership, civil discourse, and effective communication. The debate there emulates the style of presidential debates of old, emphasizing practical communication skills like civility, personality, humor, and storytelling. I don't know anyone's been able to do that as good as the Gipper. It's a unique one-on-one style debate designed to blend civic knowledge with persuasive rhetorical delivery. And I think the students that have been able to do that have really, really loved doing that. So that's a big deal. I know there's a lot of students that are going to be eager to compete anyways. This is even more incentive to get involved. I mean, you literally, if you have you're a silver tongue orator, you go in, you win it. I mean, you have school paid for. You don't have to worry about it at that point. So that's really, really good. I want to thank everyone that's involved. We are also today announcing a partnership with Turning Point. We want to make sure that all high schools in Florida, anybody in a high school that wants to start a state Club America chapter will be able to do so. There shouldn't be any impediments to that, and certainly no discrimination. We're not going to allow that. And any school or school district that does try to discriminate, that man right there will probably first send you a nastygram and then drop the hammer. So that will happen. And so this was founded earlier this year, but Club America is a new student-led organization designed to mobilize high schoolers to advocate for American values, freedom, free enterprise, and limited government. And obviously, Charlie started out as one of the lone voices on university campuses talking about those back in the day. So I look forward to seeing more high school students, get involved. When you have some...
Governor Ron DeSantis speaking earlier in Sarasota, making a couple of announcements there that you just heard when it comes to speech and debate, and also creating the Turning Point Club America chapters on high school campuses. We are going to step aside, take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot more to get to, so we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. I want to get you back to this news conference in Sarasota. Happened earlier today. We did skip ahead just a little bit so that you could hear from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins. Also going to hear from Education Commissioner Anastasios Kamoutsas, who spoke at this event as they talked about the new prizes for the state speech and debate championships that are named after Charlie Kirk. Let's go ahead and listen back.
You know, what we're talking about today is pretty unique because we're talking about courage. You see a governor behind me who had the audacity and the courage to stand alone when the world was going completely awry. People often ask, well, where would Florida be if the election hadn't gone that way and he wasn't our governor? I would ask you, where would America be if Governor DeSantis wasn't there? Because the nation would have folded. His courage was contagious. Let's look at Charlie Kirk, a young man who stood and stepped into the lion's den routinely. He understood that courage has to hold. It doesn't mean you're not afraid. It means you step in despite the risk and you lead. Look at the impact he's had across this nation, both in life and in his horrible passing. He created a movement because his courage was contagious. What he did will permeate through history, I believe, because one man stood. So when people tell you one person cannot make a difference, I tell you to look at those two gentlemen right there because they truly can. What we're doing today is incredible. You know that I had the opportunity to do many things in my past life, both as a Green Beret and in the nonprofit sector. But often I found that there were many people there, but it just took one person to step into the breach one more time, to be bold when others wanted to back away or back down. So when we talk about instilling the right to speak, the ability to stand on your own and use your voice, that is truly courage. It is. That is remarkable. When we name things and awards and we put skin in the game after a member of our nation, a citizen, a leader, a dad, a husband in Charlie, we don't just memorialize him as a person, memorialize all that he accomplished. That award matters. What he stood for mattered. But what he has done and what he has created will permeate through history, I believe, through awards like this because of how powerful his voice is and was. We are so blessed that somebody like Charlie lived. We are so blessed to have the GOAT right here in the free state of Florida. But endemic to that is understanding that we have to educate our youth, not indoctrinate, as the governor says. Civics is not just a textbook subject. It's a mindset of service and responsibility based on our uniquely American ideas, ideals, and principles. They were fought for and earned in blood. They were in Yorktown, defended in New Orleans. They were nearly ripped apart in the Civil War at Gettysburg and Antietam. They were there in the poppies of Flanders Field. They were there at the cliffs of Point du Hoc, frozen in the Chosin, drowned in the rivers of Vietnam, in the mountains of Afghanistan and the deserts of Iraq. But let me tell you where they truly, truly live. It is in the heart of patriots. The fight at home is no different than the fight abroad. It takes courage to step up, courage to make a difference, and that is exactly why we do what we do here in Florida, because we teach people the skills to stand on their own, to use their voice and lead. God has blessed this nation beyond any other. We will not back down. We will not burn away, because Florida is the conservative proving grounds of America. When Florida leads, America wins. Thank you, and God bless you.
So before I bring up Richard Corcoran, we're going to bring up one of his successors as Education Commissioner. And Richard, when he became education commissioner, I remember like there were a lot of howls from the school unions, and people were like, "Oh no, you can't do Richard." And then obviously he did a lot of great stuff. Manny Diaz, did a lot of stuff. But if you want to see somebody that's really annoying all the right people, I think our current guy is doing it as good as anyone, and we're proud to have our education commissioner here, Stasi Kamoutsis.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us here in the New College of Florida, an institution that represents everything that my grandparents who fled communist Cuba came to this country for. I want to begin by thanking the extraordinary leadership of Governor DeSantis and President Richard Corcoran. I had the privilege of working at the beginning of this administration under both of their leadership. And boy, was it impactful in my career. To see the fights that they have taken on, as you identified, Lieutenant Governor, it's truly remarkable. I remember those fights when we kept schools open, the mask mandates, fairness in women's sports, transparency in curriculum, removal of DEI. The list goes on and on and on, so that parents in this state will always feel empowered. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, President Corcoran, for also championing civics. And it's something that's not often covered, but the reality is there are so many different programs throughout our state where students are benefiting, and as a result, report after report, metric after metric finds that Florida leads the nation when it comes to civics education. The Civics and Debate Initiative is one of those initiatives that champions civics for our students, not just in textbook form, but in practical form. Through this initiative, students across the state of Florida learn to engage respectfully in civic dialogue. They develop critical thinking skills, and they grow in civic virtues that are essential to maintaining our constitutional republic. In the state of Florida, as I said, students aren't just studying in the textbooks, but they are putting into action during competitions and debates where they're required to use evidence. They're required to reason and respect as critical components of how they're measured. And I want to talk about this initiative that started under this governor, because when we started, there were only 11 school districts, 59 teams that were participating. Today, you have over 330 in all 67 counties because of his leadership and making sure that civics is a priority in this state. Now, the annual championship brings together the top student debaters from across Florida to compete in a variety of debate and public speaking events that showcase their knowledge, their eloquence, and a commitment to civic values. The values that are central to the mission of the Florida Civics and Debate Initiative, civic discourse and respectful debate, are also what Charlie Kirk modeled every time he had an open forum at a college campus. He encouraged those with different views or opinions to share them and debate him openly. He respectfully debated thousands of individuals over the years. His assassination underscores the increased importance of civic discourse in a peaceful, respectful, and civilized way. Today, we come together in recognition of Charlie Kirk's contributions to civic education and respectful dialogue. And to honor Charlie Kirk's life and legacy, the winner of the Ronald Reagan presidential debate, which will have its debut for the first time at this year's Civic and Debate Initiative Championship, will be awarded that prize, that trophy, that will bear the name of Charlie Kirk, honoring his commitment to civic dialogue and open debate. After 2 days filled with rigorous, robust rounds of debate, there will be a winner, there will be a runner-up, there will be 2 semifinalists, and there will be 4 quarterfinalists. And as the governor mentioned, this year, for the first time, they're going to have these grand prize scholarships, which is a huge deal to incentivize these students that their hard work pays off. And by naming this trophy after Charlie Kirk, we will also emphasize that vigorous debate can and should coexist with civility and respect. And I wasn't going to talk about it, but the governor continues to remind folks that I was a former prosecutor down in Miami, and the reality is accountability will be front and center when it comes to education. Let me be very clear if you haven't received the message already. If you try to serve as an obstacle, if you are a hurdle, if you get in the way of any student or teacher trying to start a Turning Point USA chapter, you will be met with the full force of the law. And I was extremely troubled in the immediate aftermath of the assassination of Charlie Kirk, when many of us were mourning September 11th, that there were teachers who were out there posting, celebrating, encouraging, promoting, condoning the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That will not be tolerated. It is totally unacceptable. Our students are watching, and the model that we are going to represent for these children is going to be one of civic discourse and civility in the same way Charlie Kirk did. I also want to thank folks who don't often receive the credit. The ones who worked behind the scenes, shifting now to those America 250 grants, because I had the privilege of working with some of these universities to make sure that they were participating in such an important initiative, reminding their students, whether it's at the 9-12 level or at the collegiate level, our nation's foundings and how we got to where we're at. I want to thank Clifford Humphreys and Manny Diaz at the University of West Florida. I want to thank Christy Fitzpatrick and Richard Corcoran at the New College of Florida. And I want to thank Monica Colucci and Jeanette Nunez at Florida International University, who worked with the Department of Education to make sure that they were submitting a competitive grant application to be able to receive these awards. This is a huge deal for their respective populations, so thank you for everybody who worked behind the scenes. I also, last but not least, want to thank the Ronald Reagan Presidential Foundation, the Florida Civics Debate and Initiative sponsors. There's so many of them. Thank you for what you do to make sure that our students are put first and they're able to participate in this wonderful competition. I want to thank the parents who are encouraging their students to do it, but I really want to thank the students. That is what this is all about, putting those students first, making sure that they understand the importance of civil discourse, they understand the importance of respectful and open dialogue. Whether or not you agree with the other individual, at the end of the day, violence is never the answer, and we will continue to champion that message here in the state. To the competitors who are participating for the Charlie Kirk Trophy, you are carrying forward a tradition of debate and civic discourse that is vital to the health of our society. Together, we are building a generation of Floridians ready to lead with courage and conviction. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Well, thank you, Commissioner. And you know, when Richard Corcoran was commissioner, he did it through, I think, my entire first term, and then, or pretty close to that, he was doing things kind of in the private sector. And it wasn't a few months after that, I don't think, where we were in a situation where, how is it that I could win the election by a record 1.5 million votes, and yet we have a college here that, like, you would think Mandami was governor, right? I mean, it was just like, I mean, it just was what it was. It was not what the people voted for, which that's a whole nother thing, what's going on in New York City. I mean, like, how would you elect this guy? You know, he comes out, he's like this like phony emotion about, you know, the real hurt of 9/11 was that his aunt got a dirty look on a subway. Not that thousands of people were murdered by jihadists. Come on. But that's exactly the mindset that he has. When you have people that are Congress, like Ilhan Omar, saying 9/11 was just somebody did something, you know, there's a real sickness out there in American society. And, you know, this guy gets elected, you know, people ask, like, look, if I have to build a wall on I-95, just like, I mean, to do, you know, maybe we'll have to do it. I don't know. But we had to do something to make, because first of all, new college, it really wasn't getting a lot of attention. The enrollment was very low. It was supposed to be the top honors college in Florida. I don't even think they gave grades out, so it clearly wasn't that. And so it's like, well, look, I mean, if we're funding this, we should fund something that's meaningful. So we saw an opportunity to really provide a strong commitment, not just rhetorically, but financially. And I've done that more than anyone in the history of the state to help this place. But we got to have it so that we're really promoting the classical mission of a liberal arts college. We got to promote merit. We got to promote rigor. We got to promote citizenship and all these things that are so important. And so we made a lot of changes with the board of directors, and then they made changes at the administrative level. And Richard was somebody who was doing other things, but I said this could be really, really meaningful. And I think of what you've seen, and it has been here 3 years, I don't think, right? 2.5, or a little bit more than that. You've had a real serious transformation. I think it's been incredible. I think he's done a fantastic job. And of all the places we visit or talk about, I will say, so it's like we have very young kids, and it's thinking like, okay, so I played baseball for Yale. I went to Harvard Law School. Those are out, right? It's just too far out there. Our kids, no. So that's not happening. And then I'm like, well, I'm a Navy veteran. What about the Naval Academy? The missus doesn't necessarily, want them in harm's way. And so, it's not like, but the one place she's like, how about New College for the kids? She wouldn't have said that 4 years ago. So come on up, Richard.
Thank you. The governor is so generous. This transformation doesn't happen without his leadership. People ask me all the time, what does it take to turn around the school? And it's everything. I say about everything is leadership. How do you raise good children? It's leadership of the parents. How do you have a good institution? How do you have a great state? Leadership is everything. And what happened here was started with a governor who said, I will fight on every front. I will fight on the higher education front, the environmental front. I will fight on every front. He came in, he chose just fantastic board of trustees. One of our board of trustees is here today. And those trustees were willing to fight. I can tell you, we had meetings in this room, and it wasn't like this. This is wonderful, thank you. We had everything, we were even spat on. It was something. And now it's just this amazing, wonderful institution. We have great faculty, we have great curriculum. And it's been a transformation, and it doesn't happen without Governor DeSantis. So thank you so much, Governor, for all your help. And I need to take a moment to talk about our education commissioner. He's our current commissioner. The guy that was two before him, well, not so good, but he did his best. But I feel like with Stassi, we worked together at the department when I was there. And I always feel like after Stassi talks, I got to be good cop because he's so intense, But whether it's the America 250 grant, this is the kind of commissioner is, he reaches out to Christy Fitzpatrick, our chief of staff. This is back in June and July. And he's like, you guys need to put in, you got these great faculty members you need to put in. Probably don't get the $1.8 million if it isn't for Stassi looking out for the universities the way he does. But he's a fantastic leader and a dear friend. His wife is also works at the Board of Governors that regulates the universities. Just fantastic, up-and-coming, wonderful couple. And so thank you, Stassi, for all your great work. I just want to say really two big points. The first is, we say all the time, universities have been the gold standard for being a marketplace of ideas. If you can't go to a university and be exposed to all the great thoughts of time, and literally some of them, we always say we want to have William F. Buckley's on staff and we want to have Gore Vidal's. And we want them to teach whatever they can, just don't indoctrinate. Teach them how to think, not what to think. But we want to have those great debates. We want you to confront ideas that you find distasteful and hate. We want you to do that, and we want you to do it in a civil way. And we want to be the #1 university in the country for fighting for civil discourse, academic freedom, and free speech. End of story.
And that was from that news conference earlier today in Sarasota. Governor DeSantis, alongside a number of other officials. We heard from the lieutenant governor, the education commissioner, and that was the president of the New College of Florida. I want to let you know a situation that we are monitoring in Orange County, where Belle Isle police say there has been the discovery of a mortar located in the backyard of a home off Waltham Avenue. Orange County Sheriff's Office Explosive Ordnance Disposal Team currently on scene examining that item, as you see on this Facebook post here. Out of an abundance of caution, students at Cornerstone Charter Academy have been relocated inside the school, saying there's no immediate threat to residents or students in that area, but just taking some precautions there with the explosive disposal team on site at that neighborhood there. So something that we are monitoring at this hour in Orange County. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this, live on Fox Local and on YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look inside the courtroom in Seminole County. At the defendant's table near the top of your screen, you see Donovan Faison, who is facing charges and accused of first-degree murder in connection with the shooting death of his girlfriend back in 2022, who was pregnant, believed to be pregnant, according to investigators, with his child, 3 months pregnant, refused to have an abortion, according to prosecutors, and that is what led to this shooting. That was their allegation. The judge here is addressing the jury, I believe, getting ready to send them out for deliberations. So let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here as the judge addresses those jurors.
So that's one thing. 2, after consulting with the attorneys at the bench, I want to clarify 2 things. On page 8 of the jury instructions, when it talks about the burglary or battery, I'm going to reread this instruction to you because there should have been, there's a minor correction that needs to be made. If you go to page 8, starting at the 2nd paragraph, it should read as follows. If you find the defendant guilty of burglary, you must also determine if the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt whether, in the course of committing the burglary, you find the defendant assaulted any person. You find the defendant, in the course of committing burglary, you find the defendant assaulted any person. An assault is an intentional and unlawful threat, either by word or act, to do violence to another at a time when the defendant appeared to have the ability to carry out the threat and his act created a well-founded fear in the other person that the violence was about to take place. Or, additionally, if you find the defendant guilty of burglary, you must also determine if the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt whether in the course of committing the burglary, you find the defendant battered any person. A battery is an actual and intentional touching or striking of another person against that person's will, or the intentional causing of bodily harm to another person. That clarifies because count 3 is burglary of a conveyance with an assault or battery. So you can handwrite the or in between those two instructions on page 8. The other thing that I wanted to clarify with you is on page 21 of the instructions, when I talked to you about paragraph 5, your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Again, please remember that we talked about there being a potential phase 2. And if there is a phase 2, you are going to be making a recommendation to the court of whether the defendant is to serve life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death sentence being imposed. That is a recommendation that the court has to weigh heavily, but the court does still determine the final sentence. So I just wanted to clarify that for you as well. Does everyone understand? Yes. Does the state have any objections to the instructions that have been read and clarified?
No.
Does the defense have any objections to the instructions that have been read or clarified other than what has been previously discussed?
We'll just read more objection and I can approach that.
You all may approach.
Yes.
The attorneys discussing with the judge there. We're just listening in because these are kind of the final things that have to be taken care of here before the jury is sent out of the courtroom and they begin deliberating in this case. So just trying to listen in and try to capture that moment for you here live. This trial's been going on in Sanford, and it appears that in the next couple of minutes here, jury deliberations will get underway. So let's listen in.
Instructions with you. Mr. Zhang has already leave your notepads and your instructions should remain in your possession. Otherwise, if there's nothing further from the state or defense, we will be in recess until the jury either has a question or we have a verdict. Make sure the clerk has your best contact information. Oh yes, can I have the state and defense go through the evidence so that you can take it back to the jury room, please?
So jury deliberations getting underway in the Seminole County murder trial of Donovan Faison, accused of killing his girlfriend and unborn child. We will keep an eye on this throughout the afternoon here and get you back on inside the courtroom if the jury comes back with a question or a verdict in the next little bit. So we will be watching this and monitoring that throughout the afternoon as this develops. Again, this is a trial that's been going on for a little bit. We had closing arguments this morning. Donovan Faison, accused of the shooting that happened back in November November of 2022. He was arrested in August of 2023. And as we mentioned earlier, or discussed earlier, if you've been with us earlier today here on Fox 35 News Plus, this is a death penalty case. The prosecutor is seeking the death penalty in this. And so if he is convicted, if Faison is convicted, there will then be a death penalty phase of the trial that would kind of be done after that. So a lot we're monitoring inside that courtroom. Again, we'll get you back inside if the jury comes back with a question or a verdict in the next little bit. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a look as we continue to track Hurricane Melissa, expected to strengthen into a Category 5 hurricane, potentially as it makes landfall on the island of Jamaica. They are bracing there for what could be catastrophic damage there. We talked about it this morning with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. It's not expected to be good for that country, and could be devastating in a lot of different ways when you're talking about the wind, when you're talking about the rainfall that is expected as well. So we are tracking that. The timing of that could be early tomorrow morning is the potential landfall of a Hurricane Melissa. Again, a strong hurricane, Category 5, and expected to cause a lot of damage. We have a little over a month left in hurricane season here, and it's been rather uneventful in Florida, so at least to this point. Brian Norcross with Fox Weather was on Good Day Orlando this morning, and he talked about what could be next for this hurricane season and what it might mean for potential impacts here in Florida.
So we just did a live report with Fox Weather there, and it's an area that is bracing for the worst, and they're not really prepared for this. What are your fears?
Well, the good news this morning is that Kingston is not going to get the worst of it. Kingston is where about a third of the country is, and that's where Robert Ray is. Now, here you can see on the satellite picture, let me show you there, my goodness, the third Category 5 hurricane of this season, and this is only the second time that we've ever had in the record book 3 Category 5 hurricanes in a year. That was 2005. Now, Kingston is over here, but the system is going to come up into this part of Jamaica. Now, this part of the coast here is just going to get devastated. There are beach communities in there. A place called Treasure Beach is one of the more prominent ones right on the coast. But if we have, and the forecast is for us to have 160-mile-an-hour winds. There you see it on the radar. I mean, just incredible. And you see already the moisture coming in here. Look at this is all mountainous here. So this is going to enhance the rain, is why you see it kind of blanked out right there. But up to 40 inches of rain coming downhill, coming through the cities and towns and so forth. So that's on top of these incredible winds. I don't ever remember this scenario of the incredible rain and the incredible wind in the same place on a very slow-moving storm. Here you can see it coming ashore at 165, 160 near landfall. That would be overnight tonight. But notice that Kingston is out of the main wind. This is the hurricane force gusts here, hurricane force winds here. This is where the storm surge is here. So they're gonna get some, but they're not going to get the worst of it. You can see that overnight tomorrow night they'll get on the edge of it, but not the worst of it. It looks like at this point as it moves by there tomorrow, and by tomorrow night it'll be letting up. But across that country, either from the torrential rain and the mudslides, and just every river that was this wide becomes this wide, all of that on top of this corridor of just destruction from winds of Category 4, Category 5 strength. This is going to be the hardest hit, it looks like, that Jamaica has ever taken from a hurricane.
Yeah, certainly a lot to watch with that, and our thoughts and prayers going out to those folks who are there on that island as they brace for this storm. We'll have more coverage of that coming up in just a little bit. A record last holiday season was a record-breaking holiday travel season for the United States, but a new report shows that fewer people plan on traveling for the holidays this year. I've got a couple of numbers for you here. 21% of U.S. adults say they plan to either stay in a hotel or short-term rental or to fly this holiday season, and that's actually down from 27% in 2024. And here's some of the groups that are less likely to travel this holiday season overall. Gen Z, parents with young children, and men. Ted Rossman is a Bankrate senior industry analyst, and he was on Good Day Orlando this morning to talk about what this means.
So let's talk about this. Budget's getting a little tighter, I assume, is the reason why people are not wanting to travel.
That's right. We see the cumulative effect of inflation. It's not that prices have changed all that much over the past few months or even the past year, but if we zoom back to the past few years, that's when we see a big difference. Back to the start of 2021, prices are up on average about 25%. Wages haven't kept pace for many. So we are seeing that stack up on people, and we're seeing people dip into savings. They're taking on debt. In fact, about a third of holiday travelers say they're going to take on debt this year. Now, what's interesting is that in many respects, consumers have been climbing this wall of worry. And yes, they're worried about inflation and tariffs and uncertainty about jobs and all that, but they've still been spending, they've still been traveling. It may be that there's a little bit of a disconnect between sentiment and reality, because the TSA is actually on track to screen a record number of passengers this year. So even though the mood is gloomy, a lot of people are still traveling.
Interesting. So, right. So they say one thing, but maybe do the opposite. Well, the stock market's obviously doing really well, too. So it's another indicator that, that people are making money, at least in the markets. If you do want to travel, there are ways to save. What do you suggest, Ted?
book as soon as possible, use your rewards points and miles, and be flexible. If you can play with the timing a little bit, I know it's tricky around the holidays, like for Thanksgiving, everybody wants to fly on Wednesday and Sunday. Actually, if you travel on Thanksgiving morning, that can be a real bargain. Hopefully you still get there in time. I realize that's a little bit of a gamble. You can also go a few days early. You can come back a few days late. Maybe you drive to a further airport, or you take an early flight or a late flight or a connecting flight. The point is to be flexible, kind of zig when others zag, try to travel at less popular times, or maybe drive instead of fly. That's another modification a lot of people are making.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do, especially when you're looking at that holiday travel and trying to be with those family, with those friends, with those loved ones for the holiday season. Well, today is what is known as the sports equinox, and that is the day that all 4 major American professional sports are playing today. So that's NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NHL. They all have games on this Monday, October 27th, 2025. It's a big day for sports fans. It's also a big day for those who may place bets on those sports. And this obviously comes in the aftermath of a massive NBA sports betting scandal. The news that broke just last week, dozens of people now facing charges in connection with that. And we talked with Matt DeFabo, who is the Sports Business Program Director at Stetson University, to talk about what kind of this means for sports betting and the trend where it has been growing in popularity for a while.
Just start with, why do you think sports betting has become so popular? Because it has exploded just in the last couple of years.
Yeah, it has. The Supreme Court decided in 2018 to allow states individually to have their own sports betting, and 38 or 39 states have already adopted that. So the accessibility, the technology available just makes it easy for people that want to wager on sports to have that opportunity.
Matt, and regulation and transparencies are big issues, and obviously sports betting always facing that, but assuring the public that there's a level playing field now got a little harder with the NBA arrest. What do you think changes out of this?
Well, typically in situations like this, it actually works out for the better. There's increased public scrutiny, there's political oversight. So I don't think it's going to hinder betting. I think it'll just require, like you said, more transparency. The leagues have to ensure integrity in their sport to ensure fair competition. And this has been a boon for leagues. People are tuning into games more. Fan engagement has increased. They may be watching games that they ordinarily wouldn't watch just because they may have a betting interest in it and things like that. So it's good for the leagues, and it's also good for the sports books.
Matt, and obviously there's a ton of betting on college sports, so they've tried to, we know when there's greed and there's money, there's going to be corruption. You can bet on props, means players, individual stats, the NFL. They've not allowed that in college because they don't want to put that pressure on college athletes. Do you think that continues? Will there be more scrutiny on the college side of things?
I do, and interestingly enough, the NCAA has came out a week ago or so and allowed their athletes and staff to now bet on pro sports. So the timing of that is very interesting. But the scrutiny has got to be there, and especially on the prop bets. It seems like when these scandals arise, a lot of times they're centered around the prop bets and maybe players tanking games or shading points or things like that.
Matt, let's finish with this. We've got NBA teams. We've got direct like networks, Fox, ESPN. They're all embracing sports betting. The leagues are embracing sports betting, which means it's hard to change when you get a certain amount down the road.
Yeah, this truly is a cultural shift. It's not going anywhere. I think I read recently where every 13.2 seconds during a professional sports game, you're seeing some advertisement or some impression of sports gambling. So it's not going anywhere. They're deeply entrenched. It just is going to require strict transparency, oversight, education, and then enforcement when things do happen.
Yeah, all good points for sure. Got to leave it there for today, Matt. Always appreciate your time. Good to be with you.
Thank you, Ryan.
It's an interesting conversation. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look inside a different courtroom here. So throughout the day, we've been listening in and giving you live looks in Sanford in Seminole County, where we are now on verdict watch for the trial of Donovan Faison. This is now a jury selection that is about to get underway in the trial of Richard Ferguson. He is a man facing charges for allegedly allowing his unlicensed 15-year-old son to drive. This is a case out of 2023. That teenage driver allegedly caused a crash that killed a grandmother and her 3 grandchildren. Again, this happened in Osceola County. That teenager's father is the one facing charges in connection with this crash. 4 counts of manslaughter for the 4 people who died in that crash back in 2023. So again, jury selection about to get underway in Osceola County. We'll be monitoring this trial. Jury selection expected to last a couple of days here, so we probably won't listen in too much to jury selection but we will be keeping an eye on and an ear on these kinds of things as this trial gets underway in Osceola County. It is certainly something that we are monitoring. It is also day 27 now of the government shutdown. The Senate getting ready to gavel into session in an hour and 15 minutes or so. 3 o'clock is when the Senate floor opens, but they're not expected to vote today on the House continuing resolution, the funding bill that essentially, if it were approved, would reopen the government. As we know, the House had passed this, what they call a clean CR funding bill before the government's shutdown. The Senate has now voted on it, has done procedural votes and failed to advance it. Votes on that have failed a dozen times now. And so the government remains shut down. Coming up on a month, like I said, today is, I believe, day 27 of that. So several weeks now, 4 weeks just about, that the government has been shut down. And House Speaker Mike Johnson held a news conference earlier today where he talked a little bit about where things stand as we begin a new week with the federal government still shut down.
We're now on day 27 of the Democrat shutdown, and we want to review with you a few pertinent facts and explain a little bit about some of the really painful things that are going on around the country. We're delighted to be joined by our dear friend, Kelly Loeffler, former U.S. Senator and now the leader of the U.S. Small Business Administration, and she can speak specifically to some of the great hardships that are being felt by the people who provide jobs now around this country. Day 27 means it's almost been a full month since the Democrats shut down the government. And as we near the end of this month, the pain being felt by so many hardworking people around this country is very real, and it gets worse with each passing day. Here's some of the stats. Last week, 1.4 million federal workers missed a full paycheck. Now, you know, many of them are furloughed, and many more are deemed essential workers, those who are essential, for example, to keep the country safe. TSA agents we've discussed, and air traffic controllers and border patrol, and of course our troops. But so many of them now are going without pay. The families of military service members and the air traffic controllers and so many of these others are now at very real risk of missing the paycheck at the end of this month. The Trump administration has done everything possible to bend over backwards to try to find sources of funding within the federal government to be able to cover the bases, but it is getting more and more challenging with each day. Now, every Republican in Congress wants to stop this madness desperately. And we have voted many times, over a dozen times, collectively 13 times, to reopen the government, to keep it open and reopen it once the Democrats closed it. But here's the very simple and important fact that no one should forget. We have no ability. Republicans do not have the ability to do this on our own. It's a simple math problem. We need Democrats to help. You need 60 votes in the Senate. We only have 53 Republicans. The Democrats are the ones voting repeatedly to shut down the government. But they're not opening it back up. They spent most of their time trying to distract the American people from the very simple truth. So I brought you a little visual aid here to just remind everybody what the simple facts are. 4 simple facts here. The Democrats are required to open the government. They keep saying Republicans are in charge of government. We aren't, not in the Senate. 60 votes control the Senate, not a bare majority. And so point number one, Democrat votes are required to open the government. Point number two, they refuse to do it. They have now voted 12 times to keep the government closed. And they'll have another chance today or tomorrow, maybe multiple times this week, and we'll see what they do. Now, the third point is very important because they've been trying to confuse the American people. They've tried to say this is a fight about health care or this or that or any other thing, and it's very simple. They put this on paper. They made this their demand in writing in the record of the Senate, and it has not changed. These are just 4 subpoints there under fact number 3, but there's many more. But among the things they're demanding, this is what the Democrats in the Senate are demanding to reopen the government. They want to give $200 billion in health benefits to illegal aliens and non-citizens, paid for by U.S. taxpayers. That is in their proposal. They want billions in wasteful programs to be returned to foreign countries. So we stopped these things. They want to turn it all back on. They're demanding that we do all that to get the government open for hardworking Americans again. They want to give $500 million to left-leaning news organizations, and they want to cut $50 billion from rural hospitals. We will not do those things. And they know that very well. Which leads us to point number 4. The Democrats have now openly admitted, and you all had to cover it last week, that they're using the pain of the American people as their leverage. That was the number 2 ranked Democrat in the House, the Democrat, the minority whip, who said that, acknowledged it in an interview, that this is leverage. And Chuck Schumer himself boasted that every day of the shutdown gets better for us. That's his now infamous quote that he wishes he had not said out loud. But you know what they're doing and why. Why are they demanding these things? Why is point number 3 so essential to them? Why would they do this? Because it's unprecedented, as we've noticed, and reminded you all, they voted for CRs every time it was possible in their lives, as recently as March of this year. But they're doing it to appease their far-left Marxist base. That's the headline. That's why. That's why we're all in this mess. That's why the American people are suffering pain, because the Democrats are more afraid of the Marxist in their base than they are of hardworking Americans. See, they've made an evaluation that they have to appease the Marxist base, that they're so concerned that they'll lose their jobs if they don't appease the far left in their party. And they sat in a back room and they made the calculation that they would rather shut the government down and impose all this pain on the American people because they believe the Marxists, the far left in the base, are more active than hardworking Americans, people who go vote. And so they made the calculation that it's worth it to them. Every day gets better for us. We'll use the pain as leverage. For what? To prove to the far left base that they won't give in, that they'll fight Trump and fight the Republicans. What are they fighting? It's a clean CR. It's the same level of funding that they have voted for as recently as earlier this year. They are Biden-level policies and spending. This is not some Republican wish list. We don't have any of our priorities in this at all. It's the Democrats' own product. But they have decided to flip the script this time because they were getting too much heat from the far left. The facts are so simple. And I'll give you Exhibit B as to why this is so true. On Friday, there was a little bit of a seismic shift in politics. All of you noticed it over the weekend. We saw our clearest sign yet that this radical insurgent movement in the Democrat Party is succeeding. And they are ending what has always been known as the Democrat Party in America. After a months-long pressure campaign from the far left, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries finally relented. He gave in, and he gave his endorsement to the socialist running to be mayor of New York City. The House Democrats have chosen a side. They were forced to by that far left that they're so terrified of, and they've shown the world what they really believe. There is no longer a place for centrists and moderates in their party. The candidate that they have endorsed, Mamdani, is somebody who we've talked about a lot from this podium. He sympathized with Hamas and openly embraced anti-Semitic language. He has called to, quote, seize the means of production because he is a Marxist. He's called to abolish our borders, to abolish and end immigration enforcement, to defund the police and to legalize prostitution, among a long list of hits that I could share with you. Zoran Mamdani is expected to take the helm of one of the most important cities in the world and the largest city in America. And he now has the full blessing of the Democrat leader in the House of Representatives. It is shocking. And that leader and all the other Democrats are going to co-own the consequences of what they do to America's largest city. Every reporter in this room should be asking every House Democrat individually whether they too agree with Hakeem's endorsement of the Marxist agenda. It's an extraordinary moment in the history of American politics, as this is not the kind of history that we need to be making. What we're witnessing is truly the end of the Democratic Party as we've known it. And even some Democrats are now saying that out loud. You can see it in their interviews. I watched one last night. All this is directly related to the Democrats' shutdown show. Why? Because just like they decided to save their own skin, that they had to endorse the Marxist Mandami in an unprecedented move, they have also decided they had to shut down the government in an unprecedented move. No matter the pain it inflicts upon hardworking American people, they were simply more afraid of the Marxists in their party than they are of voters. For the sake of our country, we pray that their calculation is wrong. We believe it is dead wrong. And as much as they try to obscure it, as much as they try to distract you, as much as they try to say that it's about any other issue under the sun, all those issues were always scheduled to be decided. Health care, the expiring Obamacare subsidies, the NDAA, the appropriations, all these other things, it was always on the calendar for Republicans and Democrats to hash it out in October, November, and December. This is not a surprise to Republicans. It's not a surprise to Democrats, and they all know it. That is the only thing they could grasp.
House Speaker Mike Johnson at a news conference earlier today, day 27 of the government shutdown. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour with the Florida Live and welcome in our TV audience.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you and welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It's been a busy day. We've had a lot that we've been covering over the past few hours on Fox Local, and if you've been with us, we appreciate it. If you're just joining us here on television, welcome in. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon. I want to let you know some of what we are covering and keeping an eye on this afternoon. Obviously, the big story today is weather. We have seen inches, more than a foot of rain in some places yesterday. That's still causing issues today, specifically in Lake County, and in parts of Brevard County as well. We're going to check in with some of our crews in the field coming up in just a little bit, because we know that places like Mount Dora and Eustis in Lake County got 15 inches of rain, or more than that in places. And so dealing with a lot of fallout from that, people's homes that have water inside of them, roads that are washed out, yards that are crumbling. We've seen a lot of damage and a lot of other aspects that we have just that are still kind of being played out from the storm yesterday. So we're going to get into that coming up in just a little bit. In our Tampa connection, we are going to hear more about a scandal inside the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. The sheriff there revealing some new details about an internal investigation and some people who ended up being let go because of that. So an unfolding scandal there in Hillsborough County. We'll have those details coming up in just a little bit. Obviously, continuing to track Hurricane Melissa as well. Category 5 expected to make landfall on the island of Jamaica late tonight, early tomorrow morning. Just expected to bring devastation and catastrophic damage to that island. It'll be a storm that nation of Jamaica has never seen before. So we will go into that coming up in just a little bit. We're also talking with Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, looking back at the Florida football weekend that was. Several teams in our area off when it comes to college and professional, but some high school football standouts and a lot to talk about there. So we'll get into that in just a little bit. And we'll also take you behind the scenes behind one of the acts that you might see if you're a Halloween Horror Nights fan at the Universal. So we do have a busy show ahead of us here on Florida Live. And so I do want to start by just showing you some of these, the aerial images that we've gotten into our newsroom from Sky Fox today that was flying over Titusville. It flew over Lake County. And again, this is now this was from this morning, a couple of hours ago. We brought you some of these images live on Fox 35 News Plus, and you can still see the water at disconcerting levels in these neighborhoods. Fox 35's David Martin was out in Mount Dora earlier today, spoke with a woman whose family had a lot of damage from Hurricane Milton last year, from high waters, from all the rainfall that came with that. They were able to restore that, do some work, and get things fixed up, only to find themselves back underwater and part of their home again today. And again, this is the scene in Lake County. I'm going to kind of try to scrub forward a little bit further in this video to show you some of the other parts. But again, this is in a neighborhood, and you're still seeing cars there having to drive through this high water. I'm going to pull up a camera as well from this is also in the Mount Dora area. Give me 1 second here to pull this up. This is State Road 46 and US 441, and we've seen this improve a little bit throughout the morning. This is one of the Florida 511 cameras. You can see a semi-truck driving through the water. There's basically just the one lane on that side of the road that is even accessible. And so this is causing some issues. But again, this is just one example of the high water that we are still seeing out there, even this afternoon, as hours after the worst of these storms and these showers came through our area. And again, we talked about some of the impacts in Brevard County and Titusville and those kinds of things. Lake County in a number of areas have seen quite a few impacts. So I'm going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who is joining me live now from Lake County. And first of all, TJ, if you could just kind of let us know where you are at the moment and what you have seen in the last little bit.
Hey, Garrett. Yeah, we're actually a little north Mount Dora and Sereno, kind of splitting the two. But we have really seen multiple road closures. We've seen the water certainly recede. But when we were visiting with some residents just a little bit ago, it's just so heartbreaking to see because sadly their homes last night were completely inundated. with the floodwaters, and we were kind of walking through their homes, getting a glimpse of what they've been dealing with over the last 12 to 24 hours or so. And it's just a lot. It's going to take a lot of time to pick up these pieces when your home's essentially ravaged by so much rain in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, TJ, we see these images, and it looks like you would have thought that we would be dealing with a hurricane, but we're not. And so I think it was shocking and startling to see some of these rainfall totals and the impacts from it from storms.
Yeah, I mean, Garrett, literally it was kind of the perfect storm. No pun intended, because we had this slow moving warm front that was lifting through, and it started to really slow down. So you had that bringing the lift for these showers and thunderstorms. We had that strong onshore flow setting up between Hurricane Melissa to our south and that strong high pressure to our north. And between all of that, it just made for an intense amount of rain in such a short period. And it just, these homes couldn't handle it. And seeing from the images there, it's just horrible because, it comes in so fast. And that's what some of these residents have said. They're sitting there watching TV on a Sunday night, and then all of a sudden they peek out their window and it's a lake. And that's what we kind of heard. It's traumatic because these families had young kids, and a lot of them had to be lifted through the windows. It's just really sad to hear.
Yeah, how are they, some of these folks that you're talking to today, how are they holding up, and what are they doing on this Monday?
So a lot of them just trying to see what they can save, what they can salvage from their homes. But what shocked me, Garrett, as our photographer and myself were driving into this neighborhood, we looked at a privacy fence, and they're 6 feet high. The water was around half the fence, not even a little bit higher, which was beyond the windows to these homes. So you can imagine the water just coming into their homes that way, but also coming up from the ground as well, because there was just nowhere for this water to go.
How are the roads getting in? We were just showing some of the traffic cameras and still seeing some high water in places.
Yeah, so thankfully, at least where we are right now, I know we're kind of at a high point. I think that's just where we are in Lake County, which is good news for many of us that know this part of Lake County. It does get a little more hilly, but where we have been driving through, for the most part, not a lot of the roads have been closed, but we have seen some road closures on some more major thoroughfares around Sereno and around Mount Dora, and we've seen some county crews. Even we're actually just outside of a McDonald's right now, and in a neighborhood, and not too far before we turned in here, we did see another county crew putting down some cones, and it seemed like closing a road, not reopening a road. So I know that's probably what many residents that they're trying to get out still could encounter some of these roadways that are still inundated by the floodwater.
And TJ, I know there's the chance for some more rain a little bit later today. Are some of these same areas going to potentially see more of this?
It's certainly a possibility, Garrett. The good news with today's setup, it does seem like we are going to see a quicker nature in the movement of these storms because of the cold front coming in. So that should kind of help whatever does develop get out of here rather quickly. I would think this afternoon, this evening, we'll have some scattered showers and thunderstorms, maybe a couple of stronger storms. But I don't think nowhere near what we saw last night. It was just the perfect or imperfect setup as you look at it that just made for that intense amount of rain so quickly.
Yeah, still some of these places, even as the water goes down, still wouldn't take a whole lot to raise that water level, again. So certainly not what the people want to see is more, rain in the forecast, even if it's not going to be quite as bad.
Sure, because that's the toughest part when you're trying to clean up, you're trying to get things out of your house, you're going in and out, and then as you said, that's the last thing you want to see is a stronger storm or a downpour. But at least looking down the pike, once this cold front gets through, things looking a lot drier and a lot quieter as we head through this upcoming work week.
All right. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining us live from Lake County. We appreciate it, TJ. Thanks for being with us here on Florida Live.
Thanks, Garrett. I appreciate you having me.
We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back. And again, if you do come across high water, just a word of warning, you don't want to drive through that high water just because you don't know what might be under it. We have seen a number of examples just in the past 24 hours of roadways that have washed away or washed out underneath that high water. So certainly something to be aware of and to keep in mind as we continue to see some high water in places around the region. So we're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you a live look inside a courtroom in Osceola County where Richard Ferguson is going on trial. Jury selection underway in his trial. He is charged with 4 counts of manslaughter related to a deadly crash that happened back in 2023. Investigators say it was Ferguson's 15-year-old son at the time who was behind the wheel driving over 70 miles an hour, did not have a license when he ran a stop sign and crashed, causing a crash that killed a grandmother and her 3 grandchildren. They ranged in ages from 1 to 11. Again, Richard Ferguson, who you saw just a moment ago sitting at the defendant's table, he is facing several charges in connection with that. Jury selection underway. It's expected to last a couple of days, and we will continue to monitor that trial. Also another trial that we are monitoring that is in jury deliberations, and we'll talk more about that coming up in just a little bit. But it is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. And for that, we go to Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, earlier this morning, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister held a press conference to go over an investigation that left 6 high-level officials within his agency without a job. Now, this is all connected to an alleged academic cheating scandal. And just to give you some background, back in July, the wife of a captain at HCSO sent an email to the sheriff's office saying that her husband had paid someone to help him complete his coursework for training classes at the FBI National Academy. Now, that captain had been with the sheriff's office for 21 years. He was immediately placed on administrative leave and he resigned the following day. Now, earlier this month, 2 colonels resigned amid an internal affairs investigation and 2 others were fired. Now, this morning, the sheriff said he added 2 additional investigators and 4 investigative supervisors to look into this matter, and he stressed that the people who were involved are not bad people and they did nothing criminal. Now, Cronister said completing this coursework only makes someone eligible for a promotion. And this morning, he talked also about another internal issue involving an officer who worked off-duty jobs during his normal shift. He said this matter was looked into and it was discovered that several employees had done this and there was actually no policy against it at the sheriff's office. Cronister said the agency has since made policy changes and those employees who were involved, they forfeited their accrual to help account for overlap. Now, however, Cronister did say that the deputy who initially called this to attention did violate several procedures for off-duty employment, including accepting gratuities. He was fired. Now, again, 6 people lost their jobs due to alleged academic cheating, but Cronister, he admitted that he doesn't know if there are any additional HCSO employees who may have academic integrity issues, but he did say that those who were involved, their careers are over. Garrett?
All right, some disturbing allegations that we had been tracking. I know you had talked about it before on our Tampa connection here, and today hearing from the sheriff, giving some more details about that and answering some of those questions that we had. So, Nancy, we appreciate that update. Governor Ron DeSantis was also in the area this morning. What did he have to say in Sarasota?
Yes, that's right. He was actually at New College of Florida, and he was celebrating Florida's effort to reinvigorate civics education. Now, DeSantis claimed that before he became the governor, only 5 to 10 counties out of Florida's 67 had speech and debate programs. He said now all 67 counties in Florida have speech and debate programs. Now, the governor, he also talked about how Florida created a Civics Seal of Excellence program. Now, this is instruction for teachers, and it is about 50 hours of instruction. And DeSantis said teachers who complete this coursework, they get a $3,000 bonus. Now, during today's press conference, DeSantis also said that the winner of Florida's Speech and Debate Championship, they will win a trophy that will be named in honor of Charlie Kirk, and they're also going to get a $50,000 scholarship. The runner-up will win a $25,000 scholarship, and $10,000 scholarships will be awarded to 4 quarter-finalists. Now, DeSantis, he also talked about what Florida is doing to celebrate America 250. In July, America will mark 250 years since the Declaration of Independence was signed. And DeSantis said that Florida has acquired several statues of our founding fathers. Now, a statue of George Washington is already up in our state's capital, and one of Thomas Jefferson is in Jefferson County. Now, DeSantis said he wants to get statues of Hamilton for Hamilton County, Monroe for Monroe County, as well as Madison for Madison County. And the governor also announced that several Florida colleges received over $1 million in grants to commemorate America 250. Now, as I mentioned, that speech and debate championship, that is actually going to be held next April at New College of Florida. Garrett?
All right, so interesting developments on a number of fronts there from the governor's news conference in Sarasota earlier today. And finally, learning some new details about an officer-involved shooting in Haines City. What can you tell us?
Yeah, this happened yesterday morning around 2:30, and Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd, his agency, is investigating this officer-involved shooting, which involved 2 police officers from Haines City. Now, Grady Judd, he said an officer went to pull over what he believed was a dark-colored vehicle around 2:30 in the morning, and he pulled it over because it didn't have a tag on it. Now, another officer showed up as backup and pulled in front of the suspect's vehicle, and when that officer got out of his car, Sheriff Grady Judd said the suspect tried to run him over. So that's when the officer fired shots through the windshield, killing that suspect. Now, Judd said even though that vehicle appeared to be black, it was actually a white vehicle that had been stolen and had been spray painted black. Now, according to Judd, this suspect, Luvens Seuss, he was involved in a hit and run crash in Davenport back in 2021. Judd said he was not driving with a license, and he had also been charged with domestic battery for strangling his child's mother. Judd said that Seuss was out on probation, and he violated that probation. The sheriff added that Seuss was a fugitive running from the law who had no interest in going back to jail.
It is apparent to us that Officer Hamilton did not make the determination to shoot Seuss. Seuss made the determination for Officer Hamilton to shoot him when he drove his truck, his stolen truck, directly at the officer.
Now, Sheriff Judd added that when they looked inside that vehicle, they found a meth pipe on the floor, as well as what is believed to have been a stolen medical marijuana card. Garrett?
Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We are also continuing to track more of the impacts of flooding here in Central Florida. And I want to go ahead and check in with Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who joins us live now from the road. Don't worry, she's in the passenger seat, but they are kind of driving through there. Stephanie, if you could just kind of let us know where you are right now and what you're seeing.
So we actually just went to Sorrento because we spoke with a woman who was in her car driving home yesterday on Donnelly, and I'm sure you've seen that video. We've been airing it all day. The road collapsed, and you saw this little Honda Civic that was overturned. Well, we just went and talked with her. She's staying at her mom's house, and she was talking about how she was in the car. She drove up, and then all of a sudden, got to a point where she's like, wait, the road next to me is gone. There is one lane when there's supposed to be two. And so then she said that she actually then texted her group chat of where she worked, and her manager, who is a big truck, came out and rescued her. So we just came over here to talk to her, but we had been in the area all day, especially near Donnelly Road, where you just see this big gaping hole in the middle of the street. And to hear that woman's story, my gosh, it is amazing that she's okay and was sitting down talking with us today.
Yeah, when you see those images, it really does just kind of take your breath away to see how much damage was done. How widespread is the damage in the area? I know you've been kind of all over the county there. How widespread is it?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some pockets where you see the road dipping down. That area definitely is the worst part. But I know TJ Springer, he's been out covering the homes that were flooded. There was so much water, my gosh, and it was just really hard for residents. We also went to a assisted living facility for elderly people who had to be evacuated. They were right near the area that I was telling you on Donnelly, and several houses, I don't know how many houses you would say, maybe 5 or 6 houses were condemned. And yep, you can see on your screen there's the road that we've been talking about. But there's another area over there where the back side of this assisted living facility kind of just fell. And now there are several homes that had to be condemned. The people who live there, and elderly people too, which is always sad to hear,
are now staying. They were put up in a hotel at the Comfort Inn, and thankfully they're getting the help that they need right now. But they had a little bit of time this afternoon to get what they needed, and we were told that they're going to be there until Friday, because it literally right behind the little townhomes, you just see this drop, and it's pretty scary for people in that area. They had told me that last night around overnight hours, they got a notice like, hey, you need to evacuate and come to building 1. And they kind of got everyone to that area, and then eventually got some people over to that hotel to have a safe place to be. But obviously a scary situation. And for many people, it seemed like it was out of the blue, because it's not like a hurricane where you kind of know it's coming and you can prepare and maybe go stay with family, especially if you are elderly or something like that. This for a lot of people woke them up in the middle of the night, and they're like, hey, you got to get out of your house.
Yeah, a frightening situation, and certainly glad that everyone is okay. Like you said, especially when you see some of those images and the close call that it was for some of them. So, Fox 35, Stephanie Buffamonte, we appreciate you joining us live from Lake County this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are on verdict watch for a murder trial out of Seminole County. The trial of Donovan Faison, who is accused of shooting and killing his girlfriend and their unborn child. Now, investigators say this happened back in 2023. They say that Faison shot his girlfriend, Kaylin Fiengo, because she refused to have an abortion. She was 3 months pregnant at the time. She was found dead inside a car at Coastline Park in Sanford. Faison was arrested the following August, so about 8 or 9 months later. He is charged with first-degree murder, and prosecutors are seeking the death penalty in this case. And so today we heard closing arguments. The jury got the case about an hour ago or so, maybe a little over. an hour, and so they are deliberating and they have the chance to potentially convict Faison. But I want to play for you part of the closing arguments that we heard today. I'm going to start with the prosecution as they talked about some of the times, some of what they wanted jurors to focus on, pointing to some of the times that they said Faison lied to investigators and a number of other things. Here is just a portion of the prosecution's closing arguments in that trial earlier today.
Folks, I'm going to be really direct. The defense, through their cross-examination, is trying to force you, and I'm using these words for a reason, force you to speculate about an imaginary person that would constitute a possible defense. It's exactly what that is. This is not our burden of proof. It's not. We have to provide you with evidence of a reasonable explanation that satisfies the standard of reasonable doubt. Not possible. I could have come to work every day in a helicopter. Is that possible? Sure. Is it reasonable? So, what does the evidence tell you? Well, we know it's not a robbery, right? I think there was some testimony that Coastline Park has some juveniles that set fire and do like stuff like that. Well, we know it's not a robbery. How do we know? Not because I'm telling you. Well, look at the pictures. Her purse was in the car. Her wallet was in the car. Her phone was in the car. She's had jewelry on her that she was wearing. You can see it on her body. A big gold chain, I think. Wasn't a carjacking. Her car's still there. It's not a random person. There's absolutely no evidence of anybody else whatsoever who puts himself there, lured the victim over there, lied about it, said he was going to kill her, and killed her. There's no evidence of anybody else. None. No one else had motive, right? I mean, there was testimony from the content of her phone from both Detective Blay and Investigator Nettles about, did you go through the phone? Did you find anything? No. Nothing. No text about, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to do this, or there was some insinuation perhaps she was sleeping with multiple people. Nothing there. It was all basically between the defendant and her. So these other possibilities are just that, unreasonable, speculative possibilities that you're going to be forced into trying to consider. Now, Investigator Nettles at Sanford PD. We called her back to the stand on purpose because when she testified the first time, a little hubbubaloo was made about video cameras in the park. And if my memory is right, and rely on yours, Miss Nettles, Investigator Nettles said, I didn't personally look at the cameras, but one of the members of my team did, and there was nothing of value there. And then counsel for the defense, this was a recurring thing. Well, you personally didn't do this, and you personally didn't do that, and you personally, no, of course not. But we called Jason Bowen to come in and say, okay, we're going to bring that up. It's fine. It's our duty to put to bed these sort of insinuations about it being a bad investigation. So Bowen came up there. He testified. He said, yeah, I personally looked at the cameras and they weren't working. And I think he was trying to be funny about not having enough money to get them to work or whatever. It didn't work. But the fact remains is, Investigator Nettles said, yeah, a member of our team in investigations looked at everything. Whether she personally did it or not is irrelevant. It's irrelevant. They are trained professionals trying to solve a homicide. Now, we called her back to drive home. And I'm not hiding this from you. I want you to know why we called her back. Because when she testified the first time, it seemed as though perhaps the impression was homicide on the 11th, search warrant, and then arrested on the 15th. I don't know. That's the way it felt. And so we recalled her to demonstrate that this was not that. This was not the nature of this investigation. It wasn't some rush to judgment. It wasn't some sloppy work. It wasn't any of that. Okay. It was a 9-month investigation. She spoke with Simone Shackelford, her former boyfriend, Destiny Huston. We went through search warrants, interviewed Noel Williams, did a search warrant in the apartments, spoke to Laura Wynn, Sienna Lewis, Miss Colvin, the sister, the defendant's mother, all of these things. And after that, we're all here.
That was just part of the prosecution's closing arguments from earlier today, as they talked about as the evidence pointing to this not being a robbery. That's one thing that the defense had tried to prove, caused some doubt that Faison committed this crime. They pointed to some crime in the area, say it could have been some sort of robbery. They also pointed to a couple of other people who they say may have had a reason to want this to happen. And the prosecution tried to say there really is no evidence of that. One of the other things the defense did was they say they tried to highlight what they said was the sloppy nature of this investigation, and that is one of the things the defense attorney talked about in her closing argument earlier today.
Now, this is a murder of a young woman. Any reasonable person would expect a thorough investigation. Some things that might be asked are, would they expect the lead investigator to walk the scene, to canvass the area, to follow up with leads, to personally verify information? The answer to each and every single one of those questions is yes. A reasonable person would expect a lead investigator to do that. Now, Sharon Nettles sat on the stand and she told y'all the first time she sat on the stand, and she looked at you. She turned her chair, looked at the jury, and she said, "We have to look at everything and everyone." And did she do that? No. I want to talk about the first time she testified. She learned of a witness, Noel Williams. She didn't investigate that person. A white male that was at the park, never found, but she dismissed him as not being relevant. Dismissed him as not being relevant. Didn't find him, didn't locate him, just dismissed him as not being relevant. She learned of Traquan Moore. She had a few calls, never followed up, but yet again she said, not credible. She didn't walk Coastline Park herself. She alone determined what was relevant. I asked her about Woody, and you heard the state say that I was going to get up here and that this was going to be hogwash. This isn't hogwash. This is a thorough investigation that needed to be done. Now, I talk about Woody, and what you learned through Sierra Montilla is that he was a friend. You learned through the state's own evidence that there were text messages that were exchanged between him and Donovan. You learned that there was a bag inside of the house, a bag that was not tested for DNA, was not looked at, not looked into. There were some gloves. His phones were in there. Now, Sharon Nettles said that she had a follow-up interview with him, but she found him not to be credible, despite the fact that the text messages that are being used by the state are being introduced into evidence, and they're asking you to rely on them. And why do I say this? Why do I talk about this? Because you saw in at least one example, Woody was willing to do what needed to be done, meaning he copied and pasted a text message. He was involved, but again, not credible, not relevant, not followed up on. Now, you heard from Major Crimes Detective Bowen. He came in, and maybe he was a little off-putting in his testimony in light of the seriousness of this case. But he told us that there's crime in that area. That there's at least criminal mischief happening in that area. And that law enforcement has been, in fact, trying their best in light of all of that to get whatever bureaucratic funding, whatever it may be, so that they can have operational cameras in that area. But the importance of it and of his testimony is that we learned that it is an area that is traveled, it is an area with crime, and that it's an area where he tried to, and to his credit, he did try to get surveillance. It was not operational, but he admitted he didn't walk through 9th Street, he didn't walk through the other cut-throughs, he didn't obtain any Ring doorbell camera. And upon learning that, what would a lead investigator do? A lead investigator would follow up with that. a lead investigator would go and walk and see, can we find video and evidence of the person that committed the crime at Coastline Park? There are tons of houses back there, but that wasn't done. Why wasn't it done? Because she had tunnel vision. Sharon Nettles had tunnel vision. She encountered Simone Shackelford, a friend of Kaylin Fiengo, who immediately pointed the finger at Donovan Faison. She had tunnel vision, and that's the direction that she went in. And let's be honest, that affected the rest of the investigation as well. You heard from investigator Bly Raffo, who narrowed, she did some of her own investigating, but she narrowed her scope of what she was looking for in the phone, in Mr. Faison's phone, to a very short period of time. And she said that she talked with Sharon Nettles, provided the extractions to Sharon Nettles, and hoped that Sharon Nettles would go through all of it in its entirety. And that wasn't done.
That was part of the defense's closing arguments earlier today, and now we wait and see. Like I said, been a little over an hour, approaching an hour and a half that the jury has been deliberating in this case. We'll see what they end up deciding. We'll bring you that information as soon as we get it, as soon as a decision is made. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. On Mondays on Fox 35 News Plus, we always like to take a look at the Florida football weekend that was. We know how much talent there is here at the high school level. We also have a number of college teams with big fan bases and several professional teams as well that we, of course, follow. And so we always bring in Tim Walters. He's the sports editor of Florida Times Union and Florida Today to break down some of the standout performances. We also take a look at one of the head-scratching performances from the weekend that was. But here is what he said as far as his standouts from the weekend of football.
But last week, we had some crazy games, but there was one that really stood out. I mean, look, we often see blowouts in high school football. But in one blowout, they sat the starters at the half. So this was only a half of work for this player. So we're going to go over to the Daytona Beach area to DeLand High School, which defeated University 70-0. Now, Marcellus Carey, he had, in the first half, 3 carries for 63 yards and 2 touchdowns, 2 receptions for 156 yards and 2 touchdowns. On defense, he had 2 interceptions, and he also caught 2 two-point conversions. So that is a busy half of football for that player there. So good job to Marcellus Carey, who just, I don't even know what you say about that. At halftime, it was 48-0. And, but just crazy numbers. I think maybe they only had 1 player on the field. I don't know what was going on there, Garrett.
I tell you what, impressive, though, to have those stats for only half the game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, normally that's a game or 2 for some players, and especially a young man that's playing both offense and defense. Sounds like he does some running back, some wide receiver, some defensive back, but just a great day for him. And then I know normally we spotlight one player. Sometimes we throw in an extra player too, but this week I want to spotlight a coach. We don't often look at the coaches, and in the state of Florida we have such wonderful high school football coaches, and they do such a great job with our young athletes. When you look around the country and see how many players are playing Division I football. Well, this is a coach who coaches for Spruce Creek. They won their game against Flagler Palm Coast 35-13. His name is Andy Price. Andy Price collected his 200th victory as a high school football coach. He's been a head coach for 27 years. His record is 200 wins, 101 losses, so a really good win-loss percentage, and he's 83-50 at Spruce Creek since joining that program in 2013. So let's send out a nice congratulations to Andy Price at Spruce Creek High School.
Yeah, that is impressive, certainly well-deserved. Congratulations for that milestone. That's impressive to be able to have that success for that long.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you don't see a lot in the state of Florida anymore, and of course he's been there since 2013. I feel like when I went to high school here, which was in the mid-90s, so a long time ago, but there were a lot of coaches who were in those jobs for 20, 30, 35 years with the same program, and you just don't really see that a ton anymore. So, this gentleman's been in the job. This is his 13th year at the program, 83 wins. So, that's a lot of wins per season, and he's doing a great job there. And we just love to see the coaches like that. I had a great coach. I didn't play football, obviously. I was a little bit undersized, but I also went to a really good high school for football, Merritt Island High School over in Florida's Space Coast in Brevard County. And the stadium there is named after the high school football coach who was there when I was there, and that's Gerald Odom. So, the O-Dome at Merritt Island, Gerald Odom, he won a couple of state titles there. So, it's always fun to spotlight state coaches, coaches in the state of Florida, and then think back to who was at your high school and who was coaching, doing a great job back then.
Yeah, they work hard, and they impact a lot of kids in a lot of different ways. So I think it's good to give them a shout out. Now let's talk about your college standout from the weekend, Tim.
Yeah, now, we didn't have a whole lot to choose from, and that's because Florida State, and UCF were on byes, but you had USF playing at Memphis, and you, of course, had Miami hosting Stanford, which upset Florida State the prior week. Well, we're going to talk about that USF debacle and my head scratcher here in a minute, but let's go to that Miami game. Now, the Hurricanes, they won 42-7. They scored kind of a garbage time touchdown with basically no time left in the game, but what can you do? You got the ball, you can't, you've got to do something with it. You can't keep kneeling, running out of time. So they did score a touchdown. So I'm going to highlight their running back, Mark Fletcher Jr. Now, this young man, he is having a whale of a season, and I could have spotlighted him a couple of different times this year, but he had 106 yards and 3 touchdowns, and he added 3 receptions for 13 yards, and just, leading the way against a Stanford team that, like I said, the prior week had upset Florida State. They started the year pretty rough, but Stanford had actually been playing a lot better as of late. And we all know Andrew Luck. He's the one kind of putting that athletic program back together at Stanford. And, he must be really good at asking for money, because a former player who played there in the 70s and who is now a real estate magnate just donated $50 million to the Stanford program. So look for them to use that on NIL and upgrades to their facilities. But They're just getting started there at Stanford. Right now, Miami is off and running. They only have the one loss that they suffered to Louisville in a close game a couple of weeks ago on a Friday night. But, one of the guys leading the charge, of course, is Mark Fletcher Jr., and he had just an awesome night the other night. Stanford just couldn't stop him. And he didn't play a whole lot in the second half. So basically, kind of like our high school standout, he was doing it early, and then he got to take a breather later in the game.
Yeah, hey, if you work that hard early in the game, then you get the rest of it off.
Yeah, absolutely. And, those guys, I don't know. I can't imagine. Some of those guys reach peak speeds of 18, 20, 21 miles an hour when they're on full speed. So I couldn't imagine. I don't even know if I could catch Mark Fletcher on a bicycle. So, yeah, let that young man catch his breath.
Yeah, no doubt about it. So that was just a part of our conversation. If you'd like to watch the full thing, you can find that right now on fox35orlando.com and Fox Local. The pro standout, good to see a turnaround from Tua in this past week, and hopefully a sign of better things to come. At head scratching our heads over what happened to USF with that loss that essentially takes them out of playoff contention talk. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 because we have more to come after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Time is running out to experience Halloween Horror Nights at Universal. And if you've been, you may have seen the acrobatic show Nightmare Fuel Circus of Decay. Well, Fox 35 got a behind-the-scenes look with the minds behind Nightmare Fuel and the Fuel Girls. They're performers from London who specialize in the high-flying acrobatics covered in flames. Check it out.
Hear the screams, you'll hear the music, you'll know exactly where to go.
We are a fire, pyro and aerial group of girls, and we perform together as a group with loads of different skills.
Really, this show is like nothing else that's out there. It's a one of a kind, and it lives here in the Universal Orlando Resort. It happens just during Halloween Horror Nights, and it's different every year, so you have to come every year to check out the new show. This year we have one of our aerial acts has 3 people in the air at one time. which is something we haven't really done before. Some of the pyro, we have 5 different fuel girls all at the same time doing amazing choreography with the flames. They're very brave, much braver than I am, working with all the fire.
Getting to command an element like fire in such a way that is like aesthetically pleasing and it looks crazy, and we're doing it together as a powerful girl band. And yeah, that feels super.
And I think that what the Fuel Girls offer is that we have a very distinctive way of delivering that, and we do all have our own personalities within that. And like we keep saying, it is a group, but I don't see many other sort of flavors brought in the way that we offer it when we're commanding that element.
It is a beautiful picture. There's flames all around in this circle. It is bigger and better than it's ever been. The Fuel Girls come back because they are the best at what they do. And what we do in this show is provide the top talent and bring them all together to create this amazing show. The Fuel Girls are amazing. What they bring, I mean, they're doing things that just scare me, and to them it's like, oh yeah, I'm handling fire, but they are so awesome and brave. One of my favorite things is the reaction of the fans when they see the fire, the pyro, the scope of it. And so this year coming into it, I was like, let's double down and get even more. And so just the amount of flames, the looks on people's faces, it's just amazing.
It's unreal. I think it's the thing that really keeps us going and just makes it that thing that we're addicted to, and we can't stop coming back because it's just so much fun, and seeing their faces, seeing how excited they are, it's what gives us energy and everything to do the show every time. It's amazing.
And even like the pre-show as well, before we even come out, when they've got the music playing, you can hear them all singing along.
Yeah.
Sometimes we creep out the little curtain and see what everyone's doing. They've got phone lights holding it up sometimes. Like
it's really hype. It's amazing. Something we've really tried to do is up our choreography within our fire spinning skills. So we've tried to add a lot of different character and theme to within our numbers. So, for example, we have a marching band number, we have a illusionist ladies number. So we try to reframe the fire props and fire performing. So we're just really pushing the boundaries all the time of how we are performing with fire and doing new things all the time.
One of the things I do love about the show, like I said, the satellite stage is out in the audience, but we also bring the performers out into the audience, including some of the Fuel Girls. So during the act, you might have somebody walk right next to you, which is pretty shocking sometimes, and there's this monster right next to you. But we like to be interactive. We like to get right in your face. We like the entertainment to be up front.
Oh yeah, that's Ren. Ren is out in the bleachers.
I'm lucky enough to be out on the satellite stage this year with a moment where I'm actually playing guitar live, and it is honestly the most breathtaking experience. Like the first show that we did in front of a live audience, it was as if I was like feeding off of them because they're right there, you know, and you just feel this connection to people where I'm like, I'm going to stare them down and have that moment with them. So it's magical. It's like no other feeling, no other stage. So this is my custom guitar that I use on the show Nightmare Fuel, Circus of Decay. We have customed this specifically for the show, so I love it. Flying B.
Pretty cool peek behind the curtain there at the Fuel Girls that you can check out their show at Halloween Horror Nights through the end of the weekend. Well, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. Want to let you know, and I'll give you another live look at some of our cameras in Lake County. We are expecting a news conference around 3:30 with an update on the flooding, the storm damage that we have seen in that area. We will bring that to you live on Fox Local, Fox35Orlando.com, YouTube, and also on Fox 35 TV. So you can stay tuned for that coming up. We expect that again around 3:30, so about half an hour from now. We'll cut in and bring you that news conference live as officials give an update on where things stand this afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Take care, and we'll see you soon.